Hello fellow survivors and welcome to another Interloper spawn tutorial or walkthrough. Today we're going to look at Forlorn Muskeg, a region that's vast, open, dangerous, but also filled with some possibilities that are worth looking into. So today we're going to do a walkthrough there. If this is your first time visiting this channel, I have walked through for most of the possible spawn regions on my channel and you can go and check them out. But today we're going to do an Interloper spawn, which will be in Forlorn Muskeg. Before we head into the actual run itself, let me talk a little bit about the region so you get an idea of what to do. So here we have a map of Forlorn Muskeg in charcoal format. And the thing about Forlorn Muskeg is that it's very flat, it's filled with ice, and the ice can break, which is very dangerous, but it's also filled with cattails, which is great. So you can find lots and lots of food in Forlorn Muskeg. I can't remember exactly the amount. I think it's about 300 cattails or something to that effect. And it's kind of a treacherous, open. There's not much cover, so it's not necessarily an area you'd stay in much. But it's an okay place to spawn, really, because there are a few things to note. The first thing is, where do you find fire? Well, to the south of Forlorn Muskeg, there is a forge, the Spencer's homestead or farm, we just call it, and there is matches there. It's one of the guaranteed match spawns that exist, and this is the only place in Forlorn Muskeg where you're guaranteed to find matches. So your priority really is to head there. Alternatively, there is a flare in Poacher's Camp, which is about there, that will always be there. So if you spawn somewhere else, at least you can hop on and get that flare, and then you have that going. There was also for a time reported to be a mag lens up here in the shortwave radio tower that could spawn there in one of the loot tables. I've never found that myself, and most recently when I've heard of people talking about it, they say it's not there, so this may have been an old spawn that I don't know if necessarily active. Then there's a couple other things to point out about Forlorn Muskeg. There's all sorts of cattails and miscellaneous loot around, but of note is that there is a stim over here in I always call this Edge Marsh in most of my videos, but it's actually called Marsh Ridge, I believe. But if I ever say Edge Marsh, I mean that. There's a stim up there, but to be honest, getting the stim is a low priority. You can always get that later. More importantly, you gotta get warm, so get the matches or the fires first. And one other thing is a hacksaw. You can actually always find a hacksaw here. There's several different places it can be, and they're quite close to each other. You can find a hacksaw by the forge itself, which would be great. And if it's not there, you can very often find it by the bunkhouses that are nearby. And if it's not there, you can find it in the high blind that is also nearby. I think that's about here. So you tend to get a hacksaw no matter what in Forlorn Muskeg, which is great. Reportedly, there's also one in the cave to the north. I've never found it there myself, so I don't really know if it could be there, just like with the mag lens. Maybe that's an old thing. I don't know, but it's worth checking out. But usually you find it in one of these other three places, which is great. So that frees things up. So Forlorn Muskeg is actually a decent spawn. You can get some of the essentials quite quickly. You can't find a hammer though, and you're a bit strapped for anything else. But it's a decent enough spawn. A lot of cattails. It's not a spawn I would stay in very long though. If you spawn here, you just get the essentials like matches or flare. And then I think I would just leave, head to Mystery Lake and find the hammer, and then head back to Forge here in Forlorn Muskeg most likely, or head to Desolation Point or something. It's not an area to really wait around then. But yeah, so that's the key essentials of Forlorn Muskeg really. Everything else is kind of secondary loot. So why don't we hop in and try and survive an Interloper spawn in Forlorn Muskeg. Let's go. Alright, here we are in the game itself, so let's start a new one, and as usual we're going to do a custom mode, Interloper, so it'll be just a normal, usual Interloper, nothing unusual about it, except we're going to do as normal. We're going to start on a clear day, because then it's easier for you to see, and we'll start at noon. So that's what I usually do on my Interloper walkthroughs, and the only reason I do that is because it's easier for you, the viewer, to see where I am in the world in the beginning. It's not as helpful in a walkthrough if I spawn in a blizzard at night. I will know what to do, but it's not as helpful for you. So that's the only custom setting I change, and I hope that's alright. So let's keep going. We're going to spawn in Forlorn Muskeg. That's another thing, you can actually choose to spawn, makes it a bit easier. Let's do that. And then we'll choose that. And male, female, we'll take female. And then our two feats, again, you can choose whatever you want. I take the usual Snow Walker and Cold Fusion. But the other ones are fine too. Alright. And then we'll head in. Forlorn Muskeg, go. So let's hop in and see where we're at. Let's go. Alright, so let's see. Okay, so we are in the western spawn. This is the west of Forlorn Muskeg. So if you go over here, you can see that you can see the radio tower in the distance there in the north. Marsh Ridge or whatever is up there. You can see the train line is right there, and at the edge of it is the poachers camp, and we are on the western side, and there's a few resources here to pick up right away, like mushrooms. But there's two options that you can do. One is to head to the forge right away, which is what I think I will do, provided I can escape the wolves. The alternative is to head down to the tracks right away. Maybe we could alternatively do that, because one option is if you go to the forge right away, you can go up this way, right there. But there are wolves on that plateau there, so if we run into wolves, it's quite likely that we will actually we don't really have a defense against them. So the alternative thing to do, that maybe would be smarter, is to head down to the tracks, head to Poacher's Camp, and then head down to the farm. So we're going to do that instead, I think. It's a safer route. So for a walkthrough, it's always best to think the safest way to do this, rather than necessarily what I would do. So you can see a wolf is walking about. And on the right there would be a bear. So we got to be careful with the bear as well. And we need to dodge these wolves too, because we don't have any defense against them other than a stone, if I can find a stone. We got to be a little bit careful. Here with this train crash wreckage thing here, you can usually find some wood as well. And sometimes some scrap metal too, which we don't really need right now, but here's the wood, yeah. And here's the stones that I do want. We are going to get cold. That's something you just have to accept, because no matter what, we're going to get cold. And where did the wolf go? I don't really want to run into the wolf. I'm going to grab a few stones, because if I see a wolf, I need to get rid of him. Okay. There he is. Okay. So we're going to go on this side of the tracks. And I'm going to crouch a bit too, to make sure that if the wolf is going this way, I can distract him before he gets too close. Okay, he's over there. So let's go. Let's make sure that this wolf will not be an issue. And we'll crouch a bit. Okay, now he's going the other direction. Alright. Now I'm out of sight, so I'm going to run a bit again now. Running makes more noise, supposedly, so the wolves can detect you easier, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. Be careful with the ice. But we're running in here, we're basically blocking visibility of the wolf. He can't see us. Now he can maybe see us, but he's too far away now. Yeah, so he's no longer an issue. So let's head over here towards Poacher's Camp, and we'll grab all the cattails we can for food. We'll grab the heads too for tinder. And then we're going to... How much wood do I have? Not a lot, I don't think. No, hardly anything. But I could use some more wood. I'm also going to grab more of these. I am going to be cold, but as long as I don't get frostbite, I'm okay. And then we have two options. We can continue into Mystery Lake, or we can go to the farm. And I think I'd rather go to the farm because I want the matches. I'm gonna keep running. There's a bed there if we need to. At the farm, I mean. There's a few little secrets here in Forlorn Muskeg, but it's hard to navigate. So when it's a clear day like this, you can see everything, which is great. But if you're in a fog, if you don't know the map, then I would avoid going out into the ice, staying at the tracks. Because I would say Forlorn Muskeg and Pleasant Valley are the two easiest regions to get lost in. Because they're so open that it's once the visibility goes away, you are a bit stuck. Okay, so as you can see, there's a lot of cattails. So food-wise, we're quite good. And that's the main benefit of Forlorn Muskeg. There's just so much food here. So you could actually, if you wanted to, you could survive in Forlorn Muskeg for quite some time. Because there's just so many cattails. Okay. Let's go for some more cattails. Everything you can see and that you can afford to pick up. Now normally, of course, if you do a proper interloper spawn and it's random, you may not spawn on a clear day at noon like this. You may spawn in a blizzard or fog or something. But if that's the case, yeah, just if you had this spawn, you just head left and head straight to these tracks, and then you do the same thing. Just head here. So here we are at Poacher's Camp. Before we go inside to grab the flare, we're going to grab a few things outside, because there's coal and there's metal. So here's that. And then there's usually some chocolate or something. More metal here. Look around here. There's usually also a... Oh, there was a wolf right there. See the wolf? There's a backpack that's always there. If you want to make sure you didn't miss anything, you can go up top here just to have a look around. But there's usually much here. Alright, so let's head inside. Okay, I also want the sticks because I probably have to make a fire here. A wolf over there? Anyway, there we are, and here's the flare. So this flare is always there, and that's basically our match. Let me grab some coal. More metal. Oh, storm lantern too. You can get a storm lantern here. I think there's a 50% chance that you get one in Forlorn Muskeg. So our coal is -6 and we have coal. So we're gonna light a fire with this. We'll use a stick. And then we're basically gonna grab some torches. We're basically gonna warm up, grab some torches and make some water as well.
Come on, little fire.
Come on. So this flare is our match, and we'll use it as long as we can. Then we can head into Mystery Lake, or we can go and loot the farm. And I want to go loot the farm if I can, if the weather permits it, because then I can get the matches. Mystery Lake has no guaranteed matches, so it's better to... It's better to get the matches here. Alright, then we're going to make some water. And while that's doing that, I can craft my mushroom. Okay, then I can craft another mushroom. So teas for later. I'm not going to make any teas now though, because I don't have any water other than this. Now we're going to make... I'm only going to stay here until this is warm enough, so I'm going to pass time a little bit and then cancel We're going to pick up this water that's unsafe, put the water back in so that we don't have to boil the entire thing. See, now it's 10 minutes. See? When has this got? Okay, this is about to go out. Then we're going to grab some torches. We got bad torches, but remember, early game, you want as many torches as possible. So we're just going to throw all this on. Actually going to get several torches, so we'll put the seeder on as well. Torches, torches for days. Many as possible. The only issue with going to the farm now is that we only have this torch as a protection until we get there. So if we get caught in some wind, then we have to just dodge towards the normal way. We don't really have a choice. There we go. Okay, good. So now we're warm again. We have a torch. And the weather is still decent. Wind is picking up. Other than that, we're good. So we're going to head to the farm now, which is pretty much over there. So we're going to head there. There's many different routes you can take. And if the weather permits, I usually take a few detours to check a few miscellaneous loot places, such as the High Blind. But there are also more direct routes you can take. There are a few little secrets here in Forlorn Muskeg that we are going to use. Alright. There's also 2 bears. There's 3 bears. 2 bears. There's one over here and one where we spawned. Alright, so let's keep going. I'm going to still grab cattails wherever I can, especially now that it's still clear and warmish. But if it wasn't this nice in terms of temperature, I would just keep making fires along the way. Stay warm. Alright. We're gonna head to the High Blind, which is over there. And then over straight ahead you see these like collapsed rocks. By those rocks you can often find a backpack with some miscellaneous loot in it. And we have a torch, we have stones, so if we run into a wolf now, we will be okay. Provided the wind doesn't blow. Oh, here's the bear. Mr. Bear has come out for a little walk and he's following us. He's too far away to be of any real threat. So we can just ignore him for now. Oh, he stopped to have a little nibble. Chain torch this, so this is the one match that we have. The flare is basically our only match. But once we get to the farm, we'll have more matches. Let's see, is any cattails there? There might be some over there, but I'm not going to go that much out of my way. There's a lot of cattails here in Forlorn Muskeg, and Ash Canyon, I believe, has the most cattails in the game. There's a lot of stuff to pick up. Let's see, isn't the High Blind over here? Here it is, yeah. I want to go to this High Blind to see if there's anything there. And then we're going to go back over to these stones here, where there's sometimes a campfire and a backpack, but not always. And then we'll head to the farm. Then there's a few other things too that we can do. But for now, I'm just going to keep moving, take advantage of the weather, which isn't really a gift, it's the settings. It has changed since I spawned, so now we're back to random generator, but it has chosen to bless me with just a little bit of wind. And then here, it is possible to run across here, but I wouldn't really recommend it, because if you mess up the timing, you fall through the ice. If you fall through the ice, all your clothes get soaked, and also the torch goes out. But you can run across here, no problem. It takes a few seconds, I believe it's... I can't remember exactly, I think it's 4 seconds. Once you get that warning sign, I think it's 4 seconds, and then the ice breaks. However, if you have the crampons from Ash Canyon, then it's 5 seconds, I think it is. Either that's what 3 and 4, I can't remember, but I think the crampons add 1 second before the ice breaks. Generally speaking, I would avoid doing it though, but I have fallen through the ice a few times, you know, it happens. Especially if you're heavy or you underestimate the distance. Okay, so there's the high blind. And you can also find books and things. It's getting a bit windy. One thing you can do, if you can hear the wind picking up like this, is just you make a fire. Because if the torch now blows out, you can have a little campfire as a little backup you can return to. And you can either wait out the wind, but who knows how long it's going to last, or you can warm up with it. So I'm going to put a couple of sticks on here, and then I'm going to go up here and see. There's more metal, more wood. Seems like the wind maybe isn't strong enough. Okay, we got...
Nobody needs this anymore.
Survive the outdoors. Okay, it blew out. Here we have Polaroid. Alright. That seems to be the northern one. Got some lantern fuel, that's great. Gloves, perfect. Put those on. Oh, I forgot I found this. My bad. I forgot to put that on. I forgot I found that. And then we have this, which had nothing. Okay, it's too cold really to do anything with this, but I could warm up a little bit. I can put one coal on here because we have a lot of it and we'll get more. And then I can do this. Make some more water. And I can prepare some row sips. The wind is still going, but that's alright. We can also, let's see, what else can we do? I don't think there is much else we can do. So we can harvest, that's too low. Now it's slightly better condition to keep traveling. 17 minutes, I think we're just going to wait that out. I'm actually going to have a little drink. And I think we'll grab some torches with the rest of this. Yeah, and this is probably going to blow out now. I don't really want to wait around, so I think I'd rather gamble. Yeah, I'm going to gamble. Because now we have two options. We can sit there and keep the fire burning and just hope that the wind dies so that we can keep moving. The alternative is to hope that we can manage to evade the wolves without fire, and we can go to the farm, or we can head up there. There's a cave to Bleak Inlet that's right up there, and you don't want to go to Bleak Inlet now. I mean, you could, but you'd be safe there. You can also sleep there, so that is one option. But then we're kind of backpedaling. I'm gonna grab these. We have two routes we can take to the farm. We're not gonna go this way though. There's the farm over there, you can see it right there. We're gonna go this way, and because we now don't have a torch, I want to start running as well to avoid taking cold damage. I'm getting a lot of cattails here, so food is not an issue. Keep going, we're running against the wind, but that's okay. There shouldn't be any wolves right here, but there can be a wolf coming over from this side. On the other side is a little well, I don't know, rise or hill or whatever you want to call it. So under here, under these stones, there's usually a little bit of loot. Okay, no wolves. Yeah, okay, we got loot. Sometimes there's nothing here. We can be unlucky. This time we got accelerant and wood. Great. Okay, and then we go over here. And there shouldn't be any wolves there, but there can be wolves coming from this direction. And there can be wolves roaming over here. There's one right there. And they can walk across the ice just normally. We gotta be careful of that.
I hate being cold, because I really do.
But he's too far away and I don't have any scent on me. I have no meat, so should be fine. Let me quickly see if there's a carcass up here. There's often a deer carcass here. I just want to know if it's there for future use. It does not look like it. Okay, then we're going to go down here. Okay, there can also be one wolf roaming about here, but I think I would have seen the wolf by now. I think it's this wolf. See, in the distance right there where my thumb is, I think that's a wolf. Yeah. Alright. So here we are.
It's so cold.
There's usually a container that has the Polaroid, but no container today. Then there might be metal here and wood here. And that's it. Then we gotta continue. So we're gonna head to the farm now. The farm is safe from wolves, so I wouldn't worry too much about the wolves once we get there, because it's kind of like one of those invisible barriers. You are protected from the wolves inside the farm. Technically they can get to you, but it would take a lot. I'm also gonna loot this old house here. There's coal here, which will give us warmth. And maybe some miscellaneous loot. And then some more wood and a container. And then some rose hips. And I think we can permit ourselves to grab this too. Lots of food. Alright, there's a wolf over there, I can hear him. Okay. There shouldn't be any wolves right here patrolling. So from here we should be safe. It does happen that they come over here, but it's rare. Usually there's deer around here instead. I'm just going to grab some sticks here. And quickly, I know I'm cold, but just quickly before I head inside, I just want to check over here. Because in this little mini barn, whatever this is called, there's often a backpack. And there is a backpack. Just to see what there is here. Nothing. Okay, well then let's head inside to this barn. There's the Spencer homestead. And here's guaranteed matches right here. There it is. On the table. So here we go, we got our fire sorted. We got coal. We got warmth. Throwing primer. Let's start a fire right away. And just warm up. Could use our accelerant, but we're not going to do that. Use the wood. And then we'll put a coal or two on just to warm up while we loot the rest of the stuff. So there we go, now you're situated. Once you get here, you have the matches, you're sheltered, you have lots of cattails, so from here on it should be pretty easy, to be honest. But the alternative would have been to go from Poacher's Camp, right into Mystery Lake. In Mystery Lake, you won't find matches, unless they are random matches, but you will find the maglans. And we'll find resources as well. Okay, I'll put one coal on here. And then we're going to leave a bit behind. So there's 3 pieces of coal, we're just going to take them out. So to forge, you need this to be 150 degrees. In principle, you can actually do that with just 4 pieces of coal. If you get it so warm that it's the maximum you can get without coal, which is 80 degrees, you can put 4 of these on. But that's not really a feasible strategy, so I would like to have at least 6 here. But I'm going to put 8 here. 9 actually, I think I'll put that. So this is for future forging. And then I'm also going to put down all the metal I found. We're not going to use that now. And then now, while that is warming us up, I'm going to... Let's put also on this. I'm going to make some water and then loot around. So let's see here. What have we got? Nothing here.
Well, this stuff
Redstone
will come in
again.
handy.
This is not locked. Nice. Nothing in there though. Then we have our first aid kit. Okay. And then we have here, we have some more wood. And we have our dog food behind this crate. And then we have the safe. It is possible to access it from here, but it's a little bit tricky. And an easier way to do it is to just go around like this. Oh, actually, let me quickly check over here. Because there should be, to see the birch trees? There's usually 1 or 2 birch bark here. Let me just see quickly. There's 1. Any more? No, there's just 1. Okay. But yeah, an easier way to access the safe is to instead go around on this side and then access it from this little hole in the wall here and then open it. Let's see what we got inside. Sometimes you just get a book in here. Let's see what we got. We got 30, 40, okay. High number, 50, 54. And 25, 54. And sometimes you just get a book in these things, but you can also get an air wrap, which would be fantastic. So we will try. 50, 54, 24, okay. Come on. These are really spread apart. There we go. Alright, moment of truth. Boots. Work boots. Alright, those are great. Oh, and Mackinac jacket. Wow. That was worth it. You usually do find at least one good thing in those saves, but not always. These boots are the best boots in the game on Interloper that you can find. In my opinion, at least. On a lower difficulty you can find better ones, but Interloper is the best one. And Mackinac is arguably the best jacket you can find too. So now we're quite good actually. So you see this, you can get good loot here in Forlorn Muskeg. Alright, we're gonna keep making some stuff. And then, how long does it take to break this down? I think it's this one, is it? Oh, 30. I'm not sure if that's worth it. Because inside here, there is accelerants. But we don't really need the accelerants either, so why bother with it? Okay, let me check something out. Will this blow out my torch? I think it will. Yeah, it will. Let's check this house over here. Sometimes there's more coal and metal here. Does not seem like it today though. But we can grab the mushrooms. More teas. And we'll maybe sleep here as well for at least a little while. At least until the weather clears up. That's our third one of that. We need 3 more. We did have antiseptic that we found though, but not really necessary. Lots and lots of mushrooms here. I would like to check these bunkhouses, but I guess it can wait until the weather clears. If you get an aurora though, then things change. Okay, I guess that's it for now. Nah, nothing here. Let's go and make some more teas and whatnot while we make water. There we are. 13 minutes. Okay, we can make one of these while we wait.
I'm starving. thing.
Just gonna keep doing that. Oh, it actually died down. Barely. Barely died down. Make another 2 of these. Okay, it has died down. But we could actually move now. How much water? I would make even more, to be honest. Let's make some more. Also, it's still kind of windy and not much visibility, so I think I would rather wait here until it clears up a bit before heading out. Let's also break this down. And we'll try and just put, like, let's call it normal wood. Let's put these on. They burn for ages.
Oh, I've never been so hungry in my life.
Here we got a lot of food. We have 64 cattails, so that's not an issue. Let's make the last one of this. Four minutes still boiled. I think one more. 19 minutes. Alright, so what we're going to do then is we're going to make this. And then I'm going to start eating a bunch of cattails, because I want to maintain well-fed right away. I'm also going to eat this chocolate, because if I get food poisoning, I'll just deal with it. We have 64 of these, so we're going to eat until we're full. The dog food we can't open until we find a can opener, or we make a knife. We're just going to eat these until we get completely full. Should be something like, how much will that be? Like, probably like 18 of them or something. I don't know exactly. But yeah, let's just keep eating. This will probably be the last one. There we are. We have a drink. There we go. 9 minutes. And then... oh, now it's better. Now it's better. Bit foggy. But I think we can go now. Alright, so what we're going to do now... we could stay here and sleep. And that would be one way to do this. But what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to head towards the Bleak Inlet cave that's not far from here, and we can sleep there. So we're going to do that. So first let's grab some torches, but only good torches this time. Okay, we don't need that many, so let's just grab a few. Okay, that's good enough. We can leave this burning, why not, in case we change our minds. But we're now going to head towards a cave in Bleak Inlet. Now the reason we want to do that, we could stay here. We could stay here and then just sleep here. And in fact, if you're not really sure about your surroundings in Forlorn Muskeg, and if you have enough wood, maybe you should do that. Maybe just sleep here, put enough fire on here until you have enough, and then you sleep here until morning. That is a great tactic. But I want to take advantage of the fire and the weather being clear. And I want to keep moving to not spend much time here, because it's a great location. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go along the bunkhouses to see if the hacksaw is there, and head to the cave by Bleak Inlet. And inside that cave there is a bed. We can sleep there. And that gives us closer access to Mystery Lake in the morning. So it'll be easier to get there. So here we are. There should be 2 wolves around here. Let's grab one of these. Very often there's a carcass too. I think I see the carcass here. There we are. I think I'm going to leave this carcass for now, because we're too surrounded by wolves. Normally I would harvest that, but we don't really need it. As you can see, we have so much food with the cattails. We don't really need the meat right now. And also we're gonna have to be crossing a lot of landscape with lots of wolves and only really the torch for defense. So having lots of guts and meat on us will attract the wolves. Me personally, I would be fine with that, so I would just play normally, but not everyone is comfortable with that, so it's better to play it safe. Ah, here's the hacksaw. See, hacksaw in the snow, hidden a little bit, so that means we can grab that.
I could use this.
And now we have a hacksaw. This means we can already now start getting saplings. I'm still going to look around though. I don't think there will be a storm lantern here if there's a hacksaw, but sometimes you'll find like tools and things. So let's grab these mushrooms too. And now if suddenly a wind picked up, if suddenly a wind showed up now and blew out my torch, I could just go back to the farm where the fire is still burning. So I got my contingencies ready. And that's something that's very important in the long dark, especially on higher difficulties. You need to have a contingency, a backup plan, right? Because if something happens and you're stuck and you don't know what to do, well, then half of that is kind of your fault because you should be prepared for things. In this case, what could happen? Well, a wind could come and blow out my torch, a wind or blizzard or something. A wolf could show up, for example. Or worst case scenario, we could get an aurora, which would render the torch useless. So these things can happen. So then you got to think, well, what will I do if those things happen? And if any of those things happen, I would head back to the farm. And I already have my fire burning there. So I can just head back to it straight away. Okay, sometimes there's saplings here too, but I don't see any right now. Lots of mushrooms though. There's a lot of mushrooms in Forlorn Muskeg too. By the way, it's not that hard to navigate this, so we're in the fog now. And you might think like, how do I even know where I'm going? But it's not that difficult because you can just hug the wall here. Hug this wall on the right. And in fact, that's what I would recommend doing. Just go up to the wall here. Once you get to those bunkhouses there, which you can pretty much access very easily from the farm, just hug the wall here and just follow the wall. And then you eventually get to this rock. This rock will take you over the ice. Because if you take it the other way, if you follow the ice instead, which is down here, it's the ice, see? Then you can't necessarily cross it because you have to walk here. And what happens then? That happens. So you have to go over the rock. And then now, like, I know where to go, but if you don't, do the same thing. Hug the wall on the right. You don't need to go up it or anything, just have a wall on your right. Just a wall. And just keep hugging that wall. And eventually, you're going to reach a cave. I guess it'll be hugging a slope, right? If it looks like you can't get up there, then you don't need to either. You can just ignore it. Just keep going, keep going. There's some mushrooms. There should be even more mushrooms ahead. A lot of mushrooms in Forlorn Muskeg. Look to the right, that's a wall. Keep going, more mushrooms. We're tired now, so we can't run. Yeah, keep looking. Okay, still a wall. And then there's the cave. You see, even in deep fog, it's not that hard. You get to the bunkhouses, you pretty much just hug the wall, go over that rock, keep hugging the wall of the slope, and then you get here to this cave. That's great. Now, if we had a bedroll, we could actually sleep here. We could just put down the bedroll and sleep. And as you can see, we're actually warm in here because the weather is decent. +2 degrees. That's because of the torch. If I throw this, see now I'm cold. That's because the torch gave me the heat bonus of 3 degrees. So we're not going to stay here because that serves no purpose. It's better to stay back in the farm. What we're going to do, we're going to head to the cave in Bleak Inlet. We're not going to go to Bleak Inlet. There's no real reason to do that. And again, if you're not sure how to get there, you just hug the wall again. And it will take you there. So do the same thing. Hug the slope. I'm just going to say hug the wall from now on. You understand. Keep lighting the torches. Look forward now and then to make sure there's no wolves. And hug the slope, just follow the slope. can see like, you could probably go after, but it's a little steep, so it must be this way then, you know. As long as you have something steep or wall on your right, it's fine. And you just keep going. Here again, yeah, we got a slope on our right. All slopes eventually lead to a cave, you know. If you hug a wall long enough, eventually it leads to an exit or a cave, you know, eventually. And this is no exception. Now a pitch fog, so you can hardly see anything at all, hardly anything. But just look to the right. You don't really need to see your surroundings as long as you have something you can use as a guide. And right now we're following the wall. You ignore the other stuff around here for now. There's the mushrooms over there, we'll get those later. Hugging the wall, there's a slope, can't go up there, keep hugging it. Go, go, go. Keep going. Let's grab these mushrooms because they're right there. Let's grab these. And then this one too. Okay, slope again, keep hugging the slope. And now we should be approaching the cave. And keep hugging the slope. Again, a bit more mushrooms, we'll grab these two, because they're right here. Oh, we got a wolf. I can't see the wolf, but I can hear him. But he's in front of me. There he is. Now, if this is your first time here, remember that wolves are not a threat. Wolves are like robots. They're perfectly predictable. So, all you've got to do is just drop your torch by selecting a weapon, a stone, drops the torch, and you aim at the wolf. And off he goes. Wolves are afraid of fire if you just scare them off. Then we go back to hugging our slope. Hugging the slope. And then, what do you know? There's a cave here. And this is the cave that leads to Bleak Inlet. And you don't want to go to Bleak Inlet now, but you can use the cave itself. Before you actually head into the cave though, even though when I get to this point here, it says leave, and you think you can just go in, but actually it's possible to enter the cave a little bit longer, and you might be lucky and have a few pieces of coal that's close enough before it triggers, and you can pick them up, like this one. You get an extra piece of coal. This one maybe. No, this one is... I don't think we can pick this one up. No. Yeah. So now we're in the cave. This is what I call Larry's cave. I call it that because in this particular cave, which leads to Bleak Inlet, there is a possibility of a rabbit spawning that's alive. And it's the only indoor rabbit in the game. All other rabbits are outdoors. This one is indoors. And those of you who follow my stream, I call my rabbits Barry. And because this rabbit is indoors, I call him Larry. And looks like Larry is home today. He's actually quite rare. On my main run, where I survived 1,000 days, I've only seen Larry 3 times. So he's kind of rare. Now, if you're desperate for food, you know you gotta do. But I actually have a rule that you don't need to follow. I actually never kill Larry. Larry's kind of like a sacred animal. He's rare, he's got a home, he's special, the only indoor rabbit that you can find. So I decide to always leave him alone. If you kill Larry, then your run becomes cursed, and you'll have bad luck the rest of the run. Let's just say. I'm not superstitious or believe in those sort of things. So I just made all that stuff up. It has no impact at all. If you gotta kill Larry, you kill Larry. But I just have a rule, I never kill Larry. I just think he's like a special guy who's just hiding out in his little cave and chilling out, and yeah, I don't want to mess up. So I never kill Larry, I just let him be. Larry, can I pass? Run away if I can pass. Yeah, good. He's a bit like Scatterbrain, as you can see. So yeah, I just leave him alone to do his thing. He's kind of given up on life right now. Just hanging out and yeah. Hi, Larry. Alright, so we're gonna keep going through here. Justice for Larry. He must not be killed. Consider him like a protected animal, right? He's in a nature reserve, protected animal by the SAC Foundation. It says you cannot kill Larry. So I never touch him. Okay, so what we're doing here really is that you don't want to go to Bleak Inlet. You could of course go to Bleak Inlet. I'm just going to check down here. One reason you might want to go to Bleak Inlet is because there's a guaranteed bedroll there on the island outside of the cannery. So if you really want a bedroll, you could go there and get that. But, you know, you'll find a bedroll in Mystery Lake probably, so I don't think it's really worth it in my opinion. But the reason when you go to this cave is because there's a bed here, and it's indoors as well. You could go up this climbing path here, but there's not much up there other than some coal and whatnot. What we really want is around the corner here, where we have the bed. Very often there's a flare here, not today though, but often there is a flare here. Alright, so one thing I was initially thinking of doing was to grab saplings and have them cure here, but we didn't really do that. We're going to sleep here in our bed. We need to hydrate. You don't need to be fully fed, but you need to be fully hydrated. And then we're going to sleep for 10 hours, which is the maximum. And it's cold here, but this is an indoor location, so the temperature shouldn't change. It should be the same throughout the entire night. If this was a cave outdoors, like the one we were just in, then the temperature could change depending on the weather outside. And that would be really bad. But in our case, that's not going to happen. We're going to rest completely because we're still going to be running quite a bit. So I'm going to sleep another 2 hours. And then we're going to head out of here, and then we will have survived for 1 day. So here we are. That's 1 day survived. And we have full health. Still lots of food because of the cattails. So we're doing quite well. So now we're going to head back out and continue our journey back to Mystery Lake. If I didn't find a hacksaw already, I would have maybe gone up and checked that cave where the hacksaw could be. I'm not convinced, or rather I'm not sure that it's actually there, but maybe it is and I just never found it. No, Larry, he has returned to hibernation, and he graced us with his presence and granted us +1 luck for the rest of the run. Oh no, here he is. There's Larry. Bye, Larry. Thank you for the Mackinaw sweater earlier. Alright. He's like the god of Lange. Alright, so now we're going back out. Let's see what the weather's like. It's going to be cold, I'm sure, but what's the weather? Oh, this is okay. There were some mushrooms we walked past. I'm not going to go back to get them though. There's our afternoon crows. I will grab these mushrooms. And we now have no wind, so we have the torch ready if a wolf shows up. I'm gonna grab more of these. We don't need all of these, but I'm using them for teas and for cooking. I think we'll leave the rest. Now there will be a wolf most likely over here. I could have the torch out just in case the wolf suddenly shows up. But the issue is that it takes very little for me to accidentally click lighting the torch. So I'm gonna holster it until I suspect the wolf is nearby. Now you can sometimes find a campsite in Forlorn Muskeg. It varies where it is, but one of the possible locations is here. I don't think it's there today. Instead we have a spray can, which I'm just going to leave. But over here there can be a campsite. Alright, we're gonna head up here to this radio tower here, because there's saplings on the way, usually birch and maple, and a deer carcass that is relatively safe from wolves. We're gonna head there. Okay, and because we found the hacksaw, we can start cutting down saplings. If we didn't find a hacksaw or didn't have one, we would have to craft a hatchet. But because we have it, we can use it to saw this down. Most likely have to light a torch here. I could dodge the wolf completely by using stones, but I actually do want to get up there, so I think I probably have to scare this wolf off. We can see though. Let's grab this one. And let's throw a stone over there. Oh no, he saw me before the stone landed. So torch it is. I want to go over here, because usually there's a maple sapling or some such here. Ah, there we are. That's what I wanted. There's even more mushrooms, but I'm going to leave those for now. We have enough. Sometimes I deliberately leave mushrooms behind, just because then I know they are there for future reference. So that if I'm ever stuck in an area, I know I can return there and grab some mushrooms or something. So I sometimes do that. You can also do this, just throw it at his feet, and then he runs away. The only issue is that he's running towards the place I was going to go. You know, I was going to go up here. I would prefer if the wolf ran somewhere else. But that's okay. He'll probably hunt some rabbits or something, and then I can scare him off. Alright, I'm gonna grab these rose hips. Wolf is now up here, which was exactly the opposite of what I wanted, but what are you gonna do? Let's see if I can get him to run the opposite direction. Him to go this way. Yeah, wolfie, wolfie, wolfie. Come this way. There we go, like that. Yeah. Sometimes the wolf will also flee if you drop the torch. If he's close enough and the torch is dropped, he will also flee. Alright. Now there are also rabbits there usually, which we could hunt. I would normally, on a normal Interloper on my play, I would hunt the rabbits. But if you are not comfortable with the wolves and whatnot, let's grab one of these. Then you can avoid it, because they are going to add up to your stink meter and you will attract wolves. So what you can instead do is you can grab this carcass that's over here. And you harvest the hide. And you can see the circling crows indicating a carcass is nearby. In this case, it should be the deer. Yeah, and there's also, I didn't actually see any birch. Sometimes there's this birch saplings here too. This time it seems to be maple. So let's grab that. We don't really need more than one maple, but for the bow, but we'll grab it. Then we'll make a fire. I'm not going to use that. Yeah, we can use the cedar wood, why not? And then we're going to make a fire here, and for this carcass. But we can actually cut the meat very quickly, even though it's frozen, with a hacksaw. Because since the carcass is frozen, we can't actually harvest it with our hands. See if I now drop this, it says cannot be harvested because of it's too frozen. I don't have the skills necessary to do it. If I use this though, it allows me to do it. So let's douse this. And let's do this. And then put that up. And then I'm gonna put reclaimed wood on it too. Alright. Then we're gonna harvest all of this, 16 minutes. And then once you've harvested something fresh, like meat or guts, you want to drop it right away on the PC. That's just the shortcut 3, and you drop it right away. But if you're not sure to do it, you can also go on the inventory and just drop it like this. Because you see, now I don't have a smell indicator, but once I pick this up, I do have one. So now the wolf will detect me and start going towards me, but now he won't. See? So you want to avoid that. 32 minutes. Alright. how long to get this? An hour. Okay, we'll wait a little bit with that then. We're gonna make a tea. And we're gonna bear this. Oh, we wait. There we go. Take the tea. Eat that. And then we're going to put this on, which I think will take around an hour. Yeah, close to. Put a few sticks on here. And more water. And then we're going to grab this hide. Takes an hour. Should be okay. The hides, even though they are fresh, do not actually smell. I'm going to eat this right away. Then we don't have stink either. And we are warm. Let's have a drink. But what we can do also, just to avoid some more cold, is we can make another tea. And we can also put this tea to warm up. And while that's boiling, we can make another one of these. And now we have 2 hot teas, so we can travel. Okay, so we got quite a lot of fog here. Alright. Now to get back down, you can do one of 2 things. You can head back the way we came, no problem. You can do that. But you can also Skyrim down, you can Billy Goat down. It's not that difficult. I also want to check over here, because sometimes there's a little carcass here. No, not today. It's actually quite easy to go down from here. So I'll show you a little shortcut that I very often use. It's not that difficult. So here we are at the tower. There's nothing really around here, so if you're not sure of this, just go back the way you came. What you can do is see this little crevice here between the tower and the wall. Just go through here. Just go through here and then crouch so you don't take much fall damage. And then see, right now you're on this slope. This slope goes all the way down to the ice. And if you're not comfortable on your feet, just crouch. Crouching will also reduce the chance of a sprain. Remember, your character cannot slip and fall as long as there's something for him to stand on. You can just crouch and then walk down. And this will also reduce the chance of sprains, and you'll be perfectly safe. You can still get sprains though, even though you crouch, so you're not immune to sprains or anything. And now we're in the same position that we were earlier when we were looking for the cave to Bleak Inlet. Where are we? Well, it's all foggy, right? Well, we're actually heading out of we're heading to Mystery Lake now and out of Forlorn Muskeg. So you're going to use the same tactic as before. Just hug the wall on the right. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to just follow this wall or this slope on the right until we get out of here. That's pretty much all you got to do. Think of it as a maze. In a maze, if you just go one way the entire time, you eventually get out. This is the same. Here there's a corpse. This little, you know, alley, I guess you can call it. So these corpses will usually have something. Sometimes it has a corpse, sometimes a backpack, sometimes a can of tomato soup, and so on. Let me also pick up the feathers. I forgot to pick up feathers by the deer carcass. We'll pick that up. Nothing on him. And again, keep hugging the wall. Hug the wall. Now we got mushrooms here, but I have so many mushrooms already. I'm going to leave them for now. We don't really need them. Yeah, just keep going. Hug the wall on your right. Keep going until you can't go forward anymore. If you are familiar with the map and know where to go, you can just head straight there. Like, I know where to go, but that's not really the point of this video. The point of this video is to make you aware where you go. So just keep going, follow the same rule. That's a good rule to use in general whenever you are in a fog or lost. Just find a wall like this, an edge of the map, and follow it. Now you can see now it's bending towards the left, because there isn't anywhere to go. So the world is bending and you can follow it, you know, very yeah, there is no spoon type of moment there. And then just keep going. More mushrooms over there, we don't need them. Slide a torch. Keep going. Put out a wolf, but no. I do recommend playing this game with headphones if you're not already, because it's much easier to hear the wolves and bears and everything. They make a lot of noise, like walking noises and stuff. And it's much easier to hear them with headset on. if you don't play with headset, it's more relaxing sitting on the couch and whatnot, but you don't hear as much. Okay, so again, keep doing it, keep hugging the wall. If you're thinking right now, if you're watching this and you're thinking, I have no clue where Zach is, I know he's in Forlorn Muskeg, but I have no clue where he is. Don't worry if this was you, just do exactly the same. Hug the wall on your right. Just keep hugging it. There might be a wolf in front, but even if there is, it'll be okay. Just keep hugging the wall. And now it's getting a bit too steep, so we'll head down. Because I'm in too steep. And then you keep going, because now it's going down. We can't go there, so we're going down, hugging the wall. And what do you know? Here's the train tracks. And now you're home safe. So there we are. We are now on the eastern side of Forlorn Muskeg. We basically hugged the wall all the way from the farm up to here. And we found the cave, we found the radio tower, and we found the exit to Mystery Lake. So we're going to head to Mystery Lake now and get situated there. So let's see, what time is it? Okay, right, we can sprint a little bit, I guess. And now when we get to Mystery Lake, we have a few options. You can head to Trapper's Cabin, or we can head to the camp office. So if you reach this part of the run, you have to make a decision. If you just want to get indoors ASAP, let me just open this. If you want to get indoors ASAP, just follow these train tracks now, and they will take you all the way to the camp office. So that's one way of doing it, and maybe we should just do that for safety. It's very easy to find a camp office from here. Any feathers? I see one feather. One more here. Alright, here's that one. Right, so you can also alternatively hug the wall here. Hug it all the way to Trapper's Cabin. But if you're not sure about that, or you want to just get to camp office, which many people have as their main base, and it's an excellent main base, just follow these train tracks. Now, in order to find a camp office, it's a very easy thing to do. You follow the Jurassic Park rule, which is to follow the cables. Right? Remember in Jurassic Park when what's her name can't find the main machine, and then Jeff Goldblum's character says, you know, just look up, follow the like cables or whatever in the ceiling. That's what you do here. So if you're in a blizzard or in a fog and you don't really know exactly where the camp office is, looks like it's clearing up now, but if it didn't, you just look up and follow these until suddenly they branch into a 3 split, and then you want to take the split that goes away from the railroad. It seems that now that it's cleared up so that we can actually see where we're going, which is fantastic. So we don't really need that rule anymore. But if you're ever stuck, you just do that. So I'm just going to follow it as if we were in the fog. It's just easier that way. Sun's going down, and that's when we get this sort of dusty kind of horizon. The lookout tower up there, possible hammer spawns, we'll probably go there. We might go there now actually. Right, but let's just, for the sake of argument, we now know where we are, but for the sake of argument, let's say it was still foggy, or a blizzard, right? And you just follow these tracks, look up, follow the cables, and you just follow the cables. Keep the torch going, just save the matches. And then follow the cables. And then you get to this point, and you see that, oh, there's one cable that's leaving train tracks. And if you came from this direction, of course, it'd be the reverse. You know, it's leaving the train tracks. And then just follow that. And then that takes you all the way to the camp office. And that's a good rule to just use if you want to get to the camp office. Let's see if there's feathers by this corpse. Alright, let's see. We got some feathers there. Any loot? No. Okay. And here we go. We're going to establish this as our main base for now. But the weather's really nice, so we'll probably head up to the lookout tower to take advantage. We're going to leave some things there to cure. So here we are. Main base for now. So we're going to take this. We're going to drop our hide for curing. We're going to drop... Put a bit further up here. We got 2 maple saplings that take 6 days to cure. And then we cure the green birch sapling too. And then we can start looking around. So we got some cans there. We probably won't be needing that, but this can be used as tinder. We'll take one of those. This should be a cooking pot, which I want. I do generally prefer carrying cooking pots than recycled cans. So look at that. Let's look around. I'll just take these to sort them out. Tea, great. This could be used to regenerate health. Herbal tea improves your regeneration at night while you sleep. Or you can just use them as a tea for warmth and calories, of course. Spray paint. I always check in here, but there's never really anything here. Anything else? Some of this stuff hidden around. There's a whetstone here. Alright, I guess that was it. So let's check this out. Alright. And then we'll see if there's a magland. So there's 3 places in here that the maglands could spawn in. And one of them is behind this bookshelf right here. No? Okay, then it could still be upstairs, under the bed, or behind a crate. First, let's look around. Okay, bandage. And on this workbench here, there's a hook. This hook is always there as well. Not much use for it, I guess. I'm gonna take this charcoal. I know. Alright, then let's go upstairs. This can here is also always there. And we have trash can mic. Extra storage. We got a book we can read.
I can use this.
Check the drawers. Oh. Okay. Oh wow. That's nice. Could repair that actually. Not gonna do that right now though. Check on the bed here, no maglands. What about behind this crate? Maglands. We got it. If it wasn't here, it would be either in the lookout tower or in Trapper's cabin. It's always in one of those 3 locations. Okay, and then here.
Well, this stuff will come in handy.
Alright. It's getting dark, so okay, let's situate ourselves a bit. We're going to put some misc stuff in here. I'm not going to take the books with me. We can read those later. Let's put those in here. We can leave the antiseptic because I have Old Man's Beard. We'll come back to this and this later. This is fine. These we'll put on top, I guess. Yeah, the rest is fine. I'll put the feathers in here too. And then yeah, these things, I'll just put them here because why not? I like keeping them around because you might need them for like noisemakers or something in the future. Okay, we'll take one. Put this on and then that one on. If you struggle to find these, by the way, it's a bit random. So I spawned with one of these in low condition, but I spawned with one and I found another. If you struggle to find these, usually you'll find one at the summit, but not always. But if you really struggle to find it, go and check bathtubs. So places like Coastal Highway, for example, any house really that has bathtubs, they tend to be in there. They tend to lay in there, so you usually should find a couple. I'm going to take advantage of this weather, and I'm actually going to leave that stuff here at my base, and I'm going to head up to the...
Feels like night is coming.
To the lookout tower. Looks like we're running out of good torches, and I might have to make a fire just to keep this torch going. Although I think I'll probably douse it in a second, because if we're spending the night, we might not need it. But I might make a fire just to grab some torches. because the weather is so nice. I always tend to utilize nice weather. If it's really still and warm like it is now, I like to take advantage of that and use it to keep moving, because the key to surviving an interloper is to keep moving from location to location and finding food and making water, staying warm, and going to all the high-end loot locations that could have tools in it, in particular the hammer. And in our case, that's places like the camp office, the lookout tower, trapper's cabin, the dam, you know, places like that are high priority. So we really should be going to those places. And the sooner the better, really, because then you're staying ahead of the curve and you're getting your weapon as early as possible. It's not a race, you don't need to do it. I mean, I have runs where I've survived over 50 days with no weapons, no bow, no flare gun, nothing. So it's not like you have to do it, but it is just easier that way. Okay, I'm going to make a little fire here. Just to get some more torches, because I think, unless an aurora hits, I'm going to keep going. Let's just make a little fire here. Yeah, we can use the book, I guess, why not? So let's just start a fire.
Come on, little fire.
Come on, little fire. Okay, so we got that. We'll put on this, and we'll put on this. Let's just dump this. Okay, that's good. Grab lots of torches. That's not particularly good, but I'll grab it. These are good torches. A bit bad, but I guess we'll take it. That's too. I don't want too many bad ones, so we'll leave it. If you grab a new torch while you have one in your hand, then you get another one right away. Alright, there we go. Nice. Put one stick on. Another torch. There we go. You can go up this way to get up to the path to the lookout tower, but I'm going to go this way because there's sometimes a corpse here. I don't think it's there right now because I haven't had any crows around, but I'm still going to check. Oh, he is here. Okay. Let me get some feathers too. Nothing on them though. Corpses very rarely have anything. Corpses are, generally speaking, low priority loot. They very rarely have something. Sometimes you can get random amazing stuff on a corpse. You can just randomly get a Mackinac, a sweater or something like that. A Mackinac jacket. Sure, it happens. Oh, here comes the wind. But usually you don't get anything. There are a few exceptions though. There are corpses in particular Hushturu Valley that will always give specific loot. So there's a corpse in a northern cave in Hushturu Valley that always has matches. And there's a corpse in Moose Valley that if it spawns, which is like 75% chance it spawns, that also has matches. I think there's a couple of other ones that always have something. Okay, it's getting quite windy now. I wouldn't be too surprised if this torch goes out, and there we go. So yeah, that campfire didn't really buy me much in terms of time, but at least now I have more torches. I think we're getting cold too, so we might as well sprint. Kind of regret not taking a book with me now, because I could read that, because I might as well stay up here now. We're going up to the... There we are, at the lookout tower. Let's see if there is a hammer here. It is possible to look up where the hammer is exactly, of course, by using the loot tables, but I'm not going to do that. Look at this. Pink sky. Pink sky of Mystery Lake. Okay, let's go inside. Let's see what we got here. Alright, so we're inside. Let's grab the book. We have a book here for sewing, that's good. Sewing is always a pain to level. We got a second cooking pot, fantastic. Hammer is right here. Great, so we got the hammer already. We can actually go forge right away if we want to. That's really good. And in fact, we're probably going to do exactly that. We need some guts though. And then tools, we'll take that too. Container. Going kit. Bandages. I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah. It's too windy outside, so I'm going to now read a little bit until it's too dark, and then I think we'll probably sleep here. We got saplings curing already, so that's great. Okay, so let's read this for 1 hour. I think then it will be too dark. Alright, so we did 1 hour. I think if I do another hour, it will be cancelled. No, it did not. I think it's because it's such a clear night. Yeah, we got a starry night, so that's probably why. So I'll read as far long as we can, really, because I'm not that tired. Read another hour, I think. Maybe one more. And let's see if we can read the last 2 hours as well. Level up mending a bit. I think we can. Yeah, there we go. It's an aurora, that's why. Now I'm especially glad that I did not go outside, because if I did, I'd have to deal with aurora wolves, and that's never fun. All right, we need to eat. I'm gonna spam this again, and just eat until I'm full, and then go back to sleep. We have so much of this. And what we're going to do now is we could go and forge right away because I found the hammer. But I would like to get some rabbits because I want the guts. We need the guts to make the bow. And, well, just for crafting in general, I suppose. This is one of the perks of spawning in Forlorn Muskeg. You know, if you spawn there, you are in an area that has lots of cattails. You are pretty much guaranteed a hacksaw. And then you can go into Mystery Lake afterwards, which has lots of loot. And you're going to find a hammer here eventually. Either somewhere in Mystery Lake or the dam. And then you can go forge right away. So if you spawn in Forlorn Muskeg, you can get the bow really early. I think you can sleep probably 8 hours. I'm going to put 10, but we're not going to sleep 10. It'll be probably like 8 hours. So for that reason, Forlorn Muskeg is a pretty good spawn. It's not my favorite spawn, but it's still a good spawn. Rand Alfor has this as his favorite spawn, and you know, there's a good reason for that. So here we are. We're approaching day 2 survived. And now we're going to, I think what we're going to do, not particularly windy. We're going to head to Trapper's cabin, I think. And loot that. And we'll harvest, or grab, any rabbits we see on the way. We can also go via Unnamed Pond, I suppose. It's quite cold because it's morning. Mornings tend to be quite cold. We could really go down here, but there's no point. So we're going to grab some bunnies. There's also some bunnies where we just were. So we're going to grab some bunnies now. And that's going to make us smell a bit, so that means we're going to be attracting wolves. But as long as we have a torch, and it's not too windy, we'll be fine. So let's first go down here and see if we can grab a bunny or two. Let's just head down this slope here. It looks like I'm running, but I'm not, I'm just walking. How many bandages do I have? 2, that's fine. For this exact reason, yeah. But now it's fine, I don't have any two-handed weapons. So one sprain is fine. I'm gonna try and get this rabbit here. Try and start more rabbits. 2 ways to get the rabbit. One is to approach it like this, and just aim, more or less with your thumb, and run. Sorry. That was Barry, you see, not Larry. Okay. Okay, has another. The other way to do it is to crouch until you get closer. And then you can get almost right up to the rabbit before he spots you. So you can just get very, very close. And then you usually don't miss. Because the trajectory is so close.
I wonder if I can drop any of this.
Okay, now we have 2. We could just go and dump them, but we're going to get more rabbits anyway. So I'm going to head to Trapper's cabin. I'm going to go via unnamed pond, just to check that stuff there. But now I have to be prepared for a wolf. At least one. Because I'm going to smell from miles away now. Okay, there's some more maple. We don't really need that right now, so I'm going to leave that. We can get it later. But I want to go to unnamed pond because there's more rabbits. There's cattails. There's a bear, but the bear's not much of an issue. And there's birch there as well. And then we're going to head to Trapper's cabin, where it's the same thing. We can probably harvest these in Trapper's cabin.
Oh, so cold.
And then we'll head back to the camp office, and then we can go forge. And we're more or less set. I'm going to have this out because I can't see what's over the ridge. And I want to make sure I don't get ambushed. So right now over there, there's actually rabbits here too, but we're not that desperate for like a ton of rabbits or anything. So there's rabbits down here as well, but we'll be fine without that. Okay, but because I can't see where the wolves are, I'm gonna have the torch out. There it is. There's the wolf. So there we are at the pond. I'm going to light this torch very soon. So I want to get rid of this wolf. I'm going to wait a little bit though. I want to get a bit closer to this. There's also a carcass there, but the issue is if this is a bear spawn, and I don't know if it is. But if it is, it makes it a little bit awkward with the bear. I also want to grab some of this cattails that's usually around here. There's a few. Let's grab that. There's some more cattails over here. The wolf is getting a bit close, so I think this is a good time to light this torch. Scare off the wolf. Like this. It's a little bit silly that the animals know that you're aiming at them. It's like, oh, he's threatening me, but you know, it is what it is. He's gonna run for a little while, then he's gonna come back because I smell. And we could also harvest this, but because I'm carrying rabbits and I really smell, I'm going to be, I mean, I could just drop them, of course, but it's a lot of stuff to carry around. So I'm going to leave it for now and come back for it for later. If you don't touch the carcass, you should be okay. If you click on the carcass, if you interact with it, oh, hacksaw number 2.
Oh, lucky day.
If you click on the carcass to interact with it, then I believe you trigger the decay. So if I go and click on this now, then the carcass will disappear within a few days. It's going to scare all the rabbits, isn't it? And he is. I don't need all the rabbits, but go for a rabbit instead, will you? I smell a lot because I have the rabbits on me. Because of that, this wolf is going to follow me for some time. So where did this other rabbit go? Oh, here he is. Yeah. The issue with the torch is that once you drop the torch, the rabbits flee. Oh. Oh shit. is the risk of doing exactly that. He came running back really, really fast. But that's why you have bandages, and that's why you have wound dressings. Alright, so we took some damage doing that. That wasn't too great. Yeah, we're gonna leave this rabbit. This wolf can still come back though, because I wounded him with the hammer. But he can still come back. So that was a good example of risk associated with the wolf. Wow, the wolf actually ignored that deer. That's weird. I guess you couldn't see it. It's right there. Yeah. Okay. So that wolf struggle that was there was completely my fault. So the reason that happened was that I went too far away from my torch. When you want to hunt rabbits when wolves are nearby, it's awkward, and that was a very good demonstration of why it's awkward. Because of the conflict between torch and rabbit. By the way, we're heading towards trappers now, up there. But over here on the right, you can usually find 1 or 2 saplings. There it is. So here's a sapling. It's kind of hidden. As you can see, I'm smelling a lot, and this is a different wolf, I believe. So an alternative way to do this is to not kill any of those rabbits, and instead you just kill the rabbits outside Trapper's cabin or something. Okay, there's the other sapling over there. It's a maple. We might as well get it because it's kind of like an obscure one. People usually don't come this far to the side of the map. But yeah, that was a good example of how things can go really bad, because the issue is that once you drop the torch, it acts as a deterrent and animals get scared. I don't know if you noticed, but the wolves before this one that didn't attack that deer, when I went to scare that wolf off, I dropped the torch and then the deer ran away. Even though the deer, until I dropped the torch, didn't react, but the deer was pretty far away. It was pretty far away, that deer. So once I dropped it, it scared them off. And the same thing happened with the rabbits. So if I drop the torch, the rabbits run away. So I have to drop the torch and then go collect the rabbits. Of course, there are ways around it. For example, I could do like this. I could scare off the wolf, right? And then once it runs away, I can drop all my stuff, right? Like this. Wait, did I not pick up the other rabbit? Oh, I didn't, no. Yeah. So that's one way to do it. Oh, I know what happened. Oh, I've never seen that before. That's new. So what happened there was that I was in the animation of killing that rabbit, and the wolf attacked me while I was in that animation. And because of that, what I presume happened is that the rabbit got loose and ran off. I assume that's what happened. So, yeah, that's apparently a thing as well. But yeah, I sometimes don't mind that these things happen on walkthrough tutorials, because it's good for you to learn what to do when these things happen as well. And to know that people like me who make tutorials can also make mistakes. Right now I'm getting very cold, I'm hurt. There's no birch saplings here? Okay. No. Usually there are. Alright, so now it's the same. I'm gonna get these. See how far away that I was, and they still ran off. That's how long range that has. And that makes it a bit awkward because of how it works to scare off the wolves. That's alright though. And then where's the other rabbit? He's all the way over there. Well, 4 rabbits should do it, I think, for now at least. Alright, let's get our torch again. And we actually will probably just warm up here in the trappers. Maybe take that carcass later. See, now we smell to high heaven. Wait, what? Did it burn out while I was picking up? I think that may have been what happened, yeah. I think it burned out. Okay, so mistakes were made. So there's not a flawless walkthrough. I apologize for that. But now I'll give you a lesson in recovery. So now, what is best to do? We're now going to head inside. We're going to warm up. We're going to harvest these rabbits. We're going to make that tea, drink it, spend the night here, and recover pretty much all our health. So let's first loot everything in here. Okay, we don't have a pry bar. Let's look around. Got tuna sardines. Do that later. Cooking, which is good. You want to get cooking level 5. Check the drawer. Cloth. Sometimes there's 2 containers if you're lucky. These 2 you can put here. Alright, I guess that's it except for this. So let's see what we got in here. Give me another Mackinac jacket. Give me air wraps. Wow, really? 53. Okay. Wow. 53.6. Come on. $53.6. Oh, okay. They're so far apart. Wow. This is gonna be 5. Wow, I went from 6 to 5. Okay. A couple of things before I open this. The saves have more or less like random loot. So you can open a safe and you get only a book inside, which is like the worst. But normally you find something. You find like on low difficulties you can get stims and all sorts of things. But on Interloper, best case scenario is an air wrap. Second best scenario is like the Mackinac jacket, which I got in Forlorn Muskeg. You can also get leggings, you can get boots, gloves, so you can get clothing that's quite good. The other thing I wanted to say is that the codes, by the way, if you're curious, this will not in fact impact gameplay, but the codes are randomized for every game save. So right now the code was, what was it? It was 51, 6 and 5 or something. If I now exit the game and then load back up the game again and then open the safe again, the code will have changed. Just thought I'd share that. It has no impact because why would you even do that? But anyway, let's see what's inside. Here we go, gunpowder and Canada money, and that's it. Okay, so we didn't really get much. We can use this as accelerant though. Speaking of which, we just refuel this. Okay, now all meters are full. We are getting warm again. Now what we're going to do is we're going to harvest these things with the curing stuff first to get that out of the way. We don't have anything else we can really harvest with, so we're going to do it the slow way. Okay, so we'll do that first. We're going to do it all at once because it doesn't matter if I don't put it down right away. Ooh, almost lost well fed there. Let's eat some more. Need quite a few more. I'm not going to start a fire until after I harvested all these rabbits. Rabbits has one of the worst foods in the game, by the way. Alright. Now, I'm actually going to make a fire now, I think, because what I'm going to do is, while I harvest these last 2 rabbits, I'm going to make water. So let's do this. I'm actually going to use this just because it weighs. Let's use it. Then we're going to put some stuff on. Put this on and a bunch of sticks. We don't need most of this. There we are. Then what we're going to do, we're going to put this on. Actually, we're going to do 1.5 liters. But that's going to take an hour and a half. And then we can harvest this.
I could eat anything right
there
now.
We are. Let's eat a few more of these. And then grab these. Put another 1.5 liter on. And then harvest this. There we go. And now we're going to drop these. I have 4 guts. And 4 rabbit pelts. And some saplings too. Alright, it's all curing there. Grab that, grab that. And then, how long does this take to make? 19 minutes. So we're going to make another 1 liter of each. It'll take an hour. We need to put some more stuff on. Alright. And we can start harvesting this. 19 minutes. That was 1.3 kilos. This one is 1 kilo exactly. Then we have the next one. We're indoors, so we don't have to worry about wolves. 1.5. Yeah, that's a big rabbit. I usually don't get it that big. I think the biggest rabbit I've ever seen is like 1.8 kilos or something. Right, that's done. Now we can cook the rabbits. And we can cook them in this pot, which is faster. Or you can put them on the actual stove. I'm going to use some coal as well, so we can get more soon. Eat a couple more of these. We got lots of water now. Alright, 0.9. There we go. Alright, and this is 14 minutes, so that means we can do one of these.
I could eat a horse. That seemed a lot, because I love horses.
And then we can eat this right away. And we might as well, let's have a drink actually. And then we'll put in the other rabbits. We'll focus on the weight. So if you see I'm looking for the time to cook, I want it to be 30 minutes. So here we got 30. And here we have 27, that's fine. And then I can craft stuff in the meantime. We got 1 birch bark as well, which is great. It's also healing. Birch bark will restore 5% health over 2 hours. We can do another one of these. Let's harvest another. Do this one first. Alright, 5 minutes, 2 minutes. We'll eat this right away. And this also, eat this right away. And then we might need to use another coal here. So now we're going to cook this one. And we're going to make a tea as well. 9 minutes. I think let's make a mushroom. So it's 10 minutes to make it, 15 minutes to make this. So you kind of multitask. You craft something while it's cooking. Let's make the birch one. And another one of these. Alright, so that's done. That's done. Then we can make some more teas. It take again 10 minutes, but we're going to do 15. And just rinse and repeat, really. You craft, you cook, and so on. And we can make 1 more before this fire burns out, maybe 2. Yeah, let's put another one on right away. 10 minutes. Yeah, we can make 1 more then. So this fire's going to burn out now. Well, that's alright. There we go. We take that, and then we move over to the bed. Alright, so now we can eat this also, the small one. And we are quite close to being able to sleep 10 hours. Let's wait a little bit and grab this charcoal, just because I would like to be able to map things. And now we're looking quite good. We still have a lot of stuff. Let's harvest this. I'm gonna wait a little bit before I sleep, because I would like to be able to sleep for 10 hours. Let's craft a little bit more. think that's probably 10 hours. Alright, so now what we're going to do, we actually have birch tea as well. What we're going to do, we're going to drink this. So normally if you sleep for 10 hours, you recover, I think it's 32% health. So we're at 26 now. I think that's what I am. Yeah, I'm 26. I believe that's correct, right? Yeah, 26. So, unless that's the lowest actually, and I'm higher than that now. Oh, anyway, let's just say for sake of argument, 26. So normally then we would go up to 58. But let's see how much we get up if we drink this herbal tea. And then we'll also just have a regular drink. Then we'll sleep for 10 hours. Now we have improved condition. Sleep for 10 hours. And now the healing will increase. Let's see, we got... There we are. We went up to 74. Right, so we went up, instead of 32%, which would have gotten us to 58, we went up an additional 16%. We basically added 50% to it. So I'm 74 now. And in fact, to speed up my recovery even more, for one thing, I'm going to eat this. It is heavy and it smells. Then I'm going to drink this birch tea here. This will now speed up my recovery even more. And then I'm going to have a drink, and then we're ready to head out again. So there we are. Now, I'm going to take this with me. So that means we're still going to be attracting wolves. But not as bad, we only have 1 scent on us now. If the weather's alright, which it is, and we have, how many matches? 8, but I also have the mag lens. We're going to go over to this deer carcass here. And harvest that. Let me actually try something. I don't think this works, but I think you can go inside this little hole over here. In here. No, it doesn't change. No, so feather outside. Alright, so we're going to make a little fire here. First we're going to drop everything, so we don't attract wolves. We'll make a little fire with our book. And then we're going to harvest this too. Then we're going to take all of this stuff back to the camp office. Come on, little fire. Well, if that failed, so let's start again. Go. Go, go, go. Takes quite a while. I think I never actually tested it. Should be easy though. But I think it takes slightly longer with mag lens. When you're level 5. When you're level 5 fire starting, there's only really 2 different levels of fire starting that matters.
Perfect.
And it's level 3 and level 5. So level 3 fire starting. And what that's going to do is it's going to make it so you don't need tinder. Oops. But level 5 fire starting makes it so that things just last longer, and you start fires twice as fast. Got the hide. Windy, which is a pain. That's a little bit unfortunate. We can wait it out though. How long to harvest this? 30 minutes, and that takes 30 minutes. Okay, let's make that then. And put... will that be enough? Yeah, it will be. One more gut. There we go. 6 minutes. Oh, come on, really? Is that not gonna last? Let me see quickly if there's a... Oh, we got well fed, look at that. The well fed bonus has kicked in. So we can now actually carry more stuff, and we have a bit more health as well. See, I think we should be fine to actually cook that thing, but just in case. Let's grab this one stick. Alright, it got cooked, alright. Then we grab this, and then before we head out back to camp office, we're gonna go over here and into this cave. This cave, it leads to Milton, a mountain town. And you could go to Milton, but there isn't really much point to it. If I were to spawn in Milton, which you can't on Interloper, but if I did, I probably would go to Hush River Valley. But on a normal Interloper run like this, there isn't really much to do in Milton. There's more loot, so we're probably going to find, I mean, we'll find more matches. We'll probably find some clothing. There's a stim there. On the way out there's the birch forest and so on. So there's some good stuff there, but not a lot. I'm going to drop all this stuff. And then we're going to just have a quick look here. So the reason we're going into this cave, we're not going to go to Milton. We're going to grab a few pieces of coal. So you can usually find a small handful here. So we can warm up a little bit. And we can find a few pieces of coal, which will make our life generally easier. This little atrium should have a few. Yes, we got 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I also go a little bit further in, but I don't usually go all the way to the end. I go a bit further. There should be a bit more coal here somewhere. Here we are, this is the other atrium I was looking for. There's one. That way this leads out. I don't think we need to go there. Chocolate. The coal. And I guess that's it. Yeah, so we got 7. That's fine. We don't really need any more than that. And leaving those things secure doesn't really change much, you know. But let's let them cure there for a bit. So now we're gonna head back to camp office. Of course, the issue now is that we have a lot of guts on us. But as long as it's not too windy and we have our torch, we will be fine. Just don't make the mistake I did with the rabbit. Alright, so here we are. Let me just check something quick. Yeah, alright. Grab this. These smell to pretty bad. So let's head. Alright, it's kind of slowed down a bit now. So we're gonna head to camp office. We could go via the deadfall area, but we don't really need anything there. Instead we're gonna go this way. Because along the side of the wall here, you can find birch bark. Not a lot of it, but you can find a little bit. And birch bark is great. We don't really need anything there. I guess we can check the Max's last stand, as this is called. Because he has feathers, if nothing else. And on lower difficulties you can often find a hatchet here. For Max. Anyway. Then we'll go over here. So we're taking a little bit of a loop-de-loop. Because I want this. Birch bark. You can also find sometimes 1 coal or something here too. Don't see any today though. Yeah, there's 1. Grab the sticks too.
And this pack is getting kind of heavy.
As you can see, we're approaching full health again, even though I got attacked by a wolf. Which was perfectly preventable, by the way. You know, even me who's played this for a long time, Even when I try to do things the safe way, just for the sake of illustration, I sometimes make mistakes or don't think it through of how you would do it an even safer way. But there we had a situation where I was too far away from my torch and the wolf got too close and then I got attacked. I had the hammer though, so I could get him off, no problem. But that was a little bit scary. And it could have been avoidable in many ways. I could have waited for the bunny to get closer to the torch. I could have dropped my guts so I wouldn't be as smelly to the wolf, among other things. Or I could have just abandoned that rabbit completely, just not bother getting that rabbit. That's also something that could have happened. So all of that was human error. But I had the hammer, and I had some protection with my clothes. Not a lot, but some. Which we're going to repair now when we go to camp office. And I had the hammer. If I didn't have the hammer, or at least a weapon, I would not have done that hunting at all. You need to make sure you always have a weapon of some sort. Now a question that I often get is, what is the best weapon against wolves in a struggle? And there is one of those verbal traditions going on where people say the best is the hammer, which is what I had. So the general kind of feeling that people have is that if you want to kill the wolf, the best is to use the hatchet or knife because it's piercing and then you kill the wolf. But if you use the hammer, you get the wolf off you faster. Well, as far as I know, that's not accurate. Now, I never test this myself, but there have been a few very devoted, crazy players who have tested this themselves and written down the damage they've taken. And what that data shows is that the hatchet is the best. The hatchet will, on average, get the wolf off you faster, by which they mean you take less damage from the wolf. So because of that, I always go for the hatchet. If I don't have the hatchet, then yes, then I would go for the hammer always. If you play on lower difficulties, you also have the revolver, which is not good, but you can kill the wolves by shooting it as well. I'm gonna take my torch out in case there's a wolf here. There can be a wolf that patrols this little hill here. I think I would have heard him by now. Just in case. Ah, see there, that was a mistake. I lost a match doing that. I now have 7 instead of 8. Because I walked too fast and I missed the stick. Instead I lit the torch. So there is the danger of walking around with your torch out like this. If you go to pick up sticks like this and then you misclick, you will instead use a match. And as you can hear, I didn't actually light the torch, just because I used it. And even if you don't light the torch, you still use the match. So there was an example of lost matches. Okay, so we didn't encounter any wolves. I wouldn't be too surprised if they circled around me. They probably came from the deadfall area and then went around. I wouldn't be too surprised if I just stand here now. If I just literally stand here now, eventually there'll be wolves coming for me. But we're not going to do that, of course. We're going to go here. And then we're going to drop the other deer hide here. Going to drop our rabbit hides here. And we're going to drop our guts here. Going to drop our maple here. And this here. And then we're going to grab some cloth because I want to do some repairs. We're going to do that before it gets too dark. And then we're going to head to Forlorn Muskeg again and do forging. Is there any metal I can break down here? I don't think so.
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
No, I don't think there is. Can I break this down? No, I didn't think so. Alright. Up we go. The lamp we can break down. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Alright, so now let's first eat this, both of these. Get some food in us. And then we're going to do some repairs. We get the warmth up. At the moment we have +6 warmth, which is good, but we can do better. So this one, decent condition, I guess. But these are pretty bad, this one especially, so we need to repair this. So we're going to repair until it's too dark or we run out of cloth. We get some warmth. We can do that again. These are likely to stay on us for some time. Always prioritize repairing clothes you are likely to keep for a long time. These we're not going to keep for a long time, but they're so damaged I think it's worth repairing them anyway. Okay, we're being a bit lucky here and repairing it successfully. And then we have these are also good. This is basically a makeshift wool toque, so we're going to repair that too. Okay, and we can try repairing this. Probably won't be successful, we'll try. Okay, we did manage. Now we have +8 degrees, which is better for sure. Oh, these are terrible socks anyway. This I would like to repair, but we need to wait a bit. So this has been read. Let's see, I might read the cooking book. This I would like to harvest, and maybe we can repair the shoes. I don't think it's gonna get dark in time. I think we can try and repair this. Oh, we failed. I'm not going to do it again then, because it's going to get too dark. I would like to harvest this though. And then we are going to put in the worst of the hacksaws. That in there. And the tools we can put in there. We can put in 1 or 2 of these. We don't need that right now. We can put this over here with the others. Anything else? Let's see. I think that's it, yeah. Okay, let's do some crafting while we wait. So let's go and see here. Let's craft these into tinder. And then let's do, see here. We can try to read 1 hour of this. I don't think we're gonna get more than 1 hour out of it, maybe 2, but lucky. We're cooking up to cooking level 2. Basically doing miscellaneous maintenance here now. Let's try, I think it's too dark. Now that it's too dark, we're gonna harvest these shoes to get cured leather. And I'm going to repair this until I basically can sleep for 10 hours is what I'm doing. And let's make 4 of these. I think that's probably good enough. And then we're going to sleep. So let's see. Let's eat this. If I get food poisoning, that's no problem. We can sleep it off. Okay, we did get food poisoning.
I feel like I'm gonna die.
Now you can just wait it out. You can actually just ignore it completely. But you will take damage doing it. It's better to just drink this.
I need to find a place to rest.
And then now we need to sleep for 10 hours anyway. So have a drink. If you get food poisoning, it's always best to get food poisoning when you're going to go to sleep anyway. Because then you could just cancel it out. Like this. So I won't really regenerate any health now because of that. But food poisoning is cured, as you can see. It's a blizzard outside, so I'm not going to go out there. I am going to maintain my well-fed bonus though, I think. And I'm going to keep eating these. And let's have a drink. I'm going to sleep another 2 hours. No, we can't. Okay, well that's fine. Then we're going to try and repair this. Oh, we need cloth. Okay. Oops. Cloth. Let's grab this. How many bandages do I have? 1. So if I have 1 bandage, I need to make another bandage. Always good to have. Let's try one more time to repair this these shoes. I'm not going out in the blizzard, so I'm going to wait for that. That seemed to have expired. Okay, now we got good shoes. Got more warmth protection now. Alright, so let's go here. We can take this with us, I suppose. We don't really need to, I guess. Let's put that in there. Let's put this in there. Yeah, this is fine. We can take all this with us. Yeah, okay. I guess we are alright now. Yeah. Okay, so we can head out now. We're gonna go and forge. We have a little bit of extra coal, yeah, that's good. We have our hammer. We're gonna go and forge now. Actually, cloth. How much cloth do I have? 1. We need a bit more cloth for the weapons. So let's grab a couple things here. This one and this one. And that should be enough. And then we're gonna head back to Forlorn Muskeg where we came from. Oh, it's still a blizzard outside. Oh. Well, I'm not sure there's a blizzard, but it's a strong wind. Okay, then we need to wait that out. We can read the book while we wait.
I'm gonna need
1
to
hour.
eat soon.
Hopefully. Now it's gone. Okay, that's better. And now we don't smell anymore because we left all of that stuff to cure. So wolves should not be an issue because unless we get close to them. So now we're going to head to the forge and forge our tools. As you can see, the benefit of spawning in Forlorn Muskeg is that you can actually achieve all of this by just going to 2 regions, which is something that is unusual. If you spawn, for example, in if you spawn in Pleasant Valley, you can loot that and then head to Mystery Lake and then Forlorn Muskeg, so it's like 3 regions. But then like Black Rock, Ash Canyon, Tin Wolf Mountain, you have to go through all of that stuff until Forlorn Muskeg or Coastal Highway. If you spawn in Desolation Point, you know, you're not going to find... I guess in Desolation Point you could find a hammer in Coastal Highway and then head back to the Ryken Forge, yeah. So I guess those are the only 2 spawns, I suppose. Yeah, we're gonna run a little bit because I want to get there before it gets too dark. But I'm for the most part going to walk it because right now it's warm. We don't have that much food. I have a little bit less than I would want. But I'm gonna grab some more cattails on my way back to the farm. And worst case scenario, if I don't have enough, I'm just going to use the starvation tactic and allow myself to go hungry and then eat for the night. I can also eat the dog food once I make a knife or hatchet, because you can use that to open it. And we have a little bit of metal, not like a lot, but we have some. After destroying the metal shelf down there, we'll be able to have something like 12 pieces of metal or something. That's enough to make the tools and a few arrows. And then before you know it, we have a bow. And we can be self-sustainable in very, very early days in Mystery Lake. So Forlorn Muskeg is a good spawn. And as you can see in this particular run, things have been going quite well. There was a little hiccup with that wolf, which was completely my error. But the benefit of that happening is, as I said, that it allows me to show you what you would do after. In that case, as you saw, I was prepared for the eventuality. I had enough bandages. I had antiseptic, which I still do now. And I could fight off the wolf and then recover. And then I was cold, but I knew I was going to a safe location. And I also had herbal tea, but the herbal tea was like a bonus. The herbal tea isn't that important. But it was like a bonus. And then I just spent that day cleaning rabbits and then sleeping off and healing back up. Now we're going to head to the farm, where I'm going to take advantage of this weather. And I'm going to grab some of these cattails for more food, so that I don't have to lose the well fed. So let's do that. We could also maybe check very quickly to see if there's a moose up here. I don't think there is. I think I would see a marking right now if there was one. But we could have a quick look. There's also a sapling here. Let's just grab that. Alright, so we're getting more food, which is great. We might maybe still have to go for starvation though. Just because of the foraging time. But we'll see. Let's grab all of these. I'm gonna go down there where there is the potential moose spawn because there's some cattails there too. But now I'm going to maintain it because I think I'm getting more food than I'm using. Let's see, I don't think there is a moose spawn here. I think I would have seen markings by now. I don't think there is one. Let's eat another one. There we are. I think there are some cattails here too. So we're basically taking a little detour to get there. No moose. I think there are a couple cattails there, yeah. I don't think there's any over here. But there are some over here. I could see them. I once lost an arrow here on my main run. And I found it something like 70 days later. I was fighting the bear and I was fighting him over in this direction. I shot at the bear and missed. And then I looked everywhere for the arrow. Could not find it for the world. And I eventually find it over there. There. It turned up eventually. Alright, so let's see. We're gonna grab some more cattails and then head to the farm. You can hear the wolves around. Not too worried about them. They should be too far away. We could harvest this, but with the wolf right there, I'd rather not do it. I'd rather just grab the cattails and move on. And then we have the bear in this area too. We'll come back for that. Here's some more cattails. There's the bear, out for his morning stroll. Okay, he's coming down. Unless we pass time, he shouldn't be an issue. Let's just grab all of this stuff. I could run, but then I burn even more calories. But running over the ice is a good idea. That's the den of the bear right there, that little cave. There should be even more cattails over here towards the tracks. So let's grab those two. Don't think there's any over there. No. But there should be some over here. It's getting slightly colder, but barely. We're actually close to warming up because of our repairs. So that's something I generally speaking recommend, especially early days. If you find a lot of clothing, like you don't need to repair it right away, but find a situation, a day that is convenient, and then start repairing the clothes. You know, a day when you have stuff that's curing while you do it, or you're cooking something or whatever. You know, like a little session that lasts a day or half a day that you can use to repair clothes. And then you can improve quite a lot, especially if you find things like wool toques and things. I'm gonna grab these ones too. And if you do that, you can easily go up to quite high warmth bonus. So depending on what you find, you can go up to maybe like 10, 15 plus warmth. And then that makes it very, very easy to travel around. Oh, whoops. Threw off these. Because the route I took to the farm last time was a specific route, and you can take a similar route back now, but picking up more cattails as we go along. And then we have more food, and I think we should be able to avoid having lost well fed. If you think about it, I've kind of eaten 2 cattails now, but I've gathered a lot more. There's some more over here. So I think we should be alright. I might sleep 1 hour when I get there too. Yeah, quite a lot of food now. I think we should be fine. There's so many cattails in Forlorn Muskeg. Now let's see, what alternative route could I take? Any here? Yeah, there's some here too. I think the best route now is to go here and then to the right over those rocks there, I think. Or it might be, I'm not sure actually, let's see. It depends on the wolves. I'm basically trying to get to the farm without going too much the same places I've already been, so I can get more cattails. More cattails, nice. Dude, that's a beauty of Forlorn Muskeg. There's just so much food. It's also a lot in Ash Canyon. Here's another one. I think we'll leave these rose hips. Let's eat a couple more, and I think I can sprint over this ice. I'm not 100% sure actually, but I think I can. So let's do it. Yeah.
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
And then we'll sprint over here. That seems to be safe. And there's a bunch more cattails. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do that. Try and do a route that allows me to get more cattails. Do these first. I think it's gonna be walking along the coast rather than over to that rock, because I've already been there. This just gives us so much food, and this should allow us to maintain well fed as well. Oh, did I miss? Oh, yeah, I did. I did miss. I'll leave those. I think we'll go down this way. It's such a scary noise. I've fallen through the ice a few times. It's not a big deal though. You take a little bit of damage and then all your clothes become wet and you're cold instantly and heavy. Alright, here's some more. So back of the high blind. Oh, how did I miss these last time? I guess I didn't. I guess I came on the other side and I didn't look to my left. Let's see. So the last time I went over there. This time I'm going to go this way. And grab more cattails along the way. Towards the bunkhouses and then the farm. And as you can see, there's still quite a few to pick up. So we should be good with food.
Anything.
This is another possible moose spawn. I've actually never seen a moose. No, actually I have not seen a moose once here. Once only, but that was not an interloper. But because it's not here and it's not by the lake I was just at, it must be up by Edge Marsh. Let's quickly eat one. And have a drink too. And we can go over here. That seemed to be a safe passage. There's a few areas like that on the ice around Forlorn Muskeg where the ice is actually safe and you can't fall through, but they are not apparent where they are. You can't really make them out by the ice itself. It looks the same as anywhere else. There's a few of those around. I can think of at least 3, but they're hard to remember exactly where they are. I don't see anything there. There's a wolf over that direction, I think. I'm still gonna go there. So I just wanna see if there's cattails here. This is one of those miscellaneous, like, little aisles that we don't usually go to. Yeah, but there are cattails. And even more, so yeah, we get, there's a wolf though, it's the only thing. I think that will be alright. Getting too heavy now. I think we should be alright getting these without alerting the wolf. Oh, really? From that distance? Wow, that was unexpected. Alright. Let's go to the wolf then. I'll grab these. And I might harvest that deer as well. And did I not pick that up? Okay. Any more? I think these are the last ones. If you're wondering why the wolf gets too close sometimes, I haven't tested it experimentally, but supposedly the stronger the torch, so the more fire that's left of the torch, the further away the wolves get scared. I haven't actually tested if that's true, but based on just observations alone, it does seem like it might be true. Alright, because it's pretty good weather, I'm going to harvest this as well for the food and the hide. Let's grab a couple. See, 95 we have, and we had 20 something cattails when we entered Forlorn Muskeg, and now we had 95. So yeah, there's just so much of it. The food is just absolutely crazy. I think I want to use this here. We can use 1 coal. I'm gonna crouch, because crouching reduces aggro range. 9 minutes, that's not a lot, but we'll take it. I don't think I'm gonna grab the guts, probably not, because it takes an hour. Water is okay, but we're still going to do 1 liter. And then we're gonna grab the hide. Oh, this might blow out. I might have to lose this fire. I'm trying to shield it. Let's see if we can.
I wonder if I can drop any of this.
I never tried this before, but this is another thing I never tested. But supposedly, if you walk with your back against the wind, you're actually shielding the torch. So if I walk like this, then I should be protecting the torch. But like I said, I never actually tested that. And actually the wind chill is only 10, so I don't think that's what I'm doing. If I turn around now, I think it's not going to blow out. Yeah, it's not what I was doing. Yeah, so here we are back. I'm going to light this. Didn't blow out, how nice. And then we can get to forging, how about that? Very cool.
Come on, little fire.
And then we can go back and then we have everything we need already. So it's a great spawn, Forlorn Muskeg. So we're going to put on a few sticks here. But I'm going to sleep an hour as well. Go. Let's do this. Let's eat a bunch of these. We definitely won't be losing well fed. We got so many cattails. They're light, they have enough calories. Do one more and then also I'll drink a tea. Got a little bit of calories for this. And I'm gonna make 1 liter of water. Now I'm just going to save the game. You can actually sleep by doing this, by selecting the bed. If I can just reach it. I can't seem to reach it, but it's possible to do it from down there. Anyway, I'm gonna just save the game here. Alright, let's do some forging. So we have quite a bit of scrap metal. And priority is to make the tools. And we got some more here. That's done. Alright. So now we want to put on enough coal to make sure we can actually forge. So from this temperature, so each coal puts on 20 degrees. So you can easily figure out how much you need by just seeing the difference. But we're going to be forging for a while, so it doesn't matter if it goes over. But in this case we need 130 degrees. So that would be 5, we need 7. So we're just going to do this. It doesn't matter if we get it wrong. Oh, it's a 6. And then we need to break this down, but not right now. But we need to get another 4 from that. Let me just wait for this to get hot enough. Is there anything I put in here? Hello. Alright. If we need more wood, we can also break these things down with the hammer. So we'll be alright no matter what.
The sun is setting. Gonna get a lot colder soon.
They won't let me forge, you have to actually wait, and now it's fine. There we go. Oh, it was 6 I needed, not 7. No, it was 7. Okay. Anyway, so now what we want to make these 2. I would recommend that if you go forging, you always make both of these. But if you can only make one, then I would recommend making the hatchet. Because the knife is good for carcass harvesting. And a few other things like breaking down some cloth and whatnot. But this one can do the same, plus you can break down certain types of furniture, limbs and so on. And it's the best weapon in the game for defense against a wolf. In a struggle, I mean. So you should prioritize making this. And then these, whatever's left, you make these. Unless you have so little you can only make arrowheads, then you do that. In any case, we're going to make this. It's going to take 4 hours. This burns for 8. And normally you'd make water while you forge, but we can't do that because it takes too long. So we're going to just make this right away. There we go. And now we have our hatchet. This is quite an early hatchet. We're on like day 4 or something. 5, 4. And this is quite early to get the hatchet, and now we have good defense. Blizzard doesn't bother us. Let's have a drink though. and then we're gonna make the knife, but first we need some more metal. So we're gonna put this to make 1.5 liter of this. Then we're gonna go here and break this down, because it takes 1.5 hours. And then the water should be done. There we are. We have too much water at the end of this, but that's okay. And now you can see we make the knife. That takes 3 hours. I think the water won't... the water might evaporate, but we'll see. It doesn't matter. If it does, it does. It's not a big deal. It does evaporate. I think it's just a few minutes too long. But now we have the knife and the hatchet. So that's great. Actually, let's do... Can I do this? Yeah, alright. And now we have 3 left, so we can make 6 arrowheads. So 6 arrows is not a lot, but it's okay to have in the beginning. I try to always have about 10, but 6 is okay. Anything more than 3 is okay. Because 3... with 3 you're guaranteed to kill a moose or bear if you hit them in the head with 3 arrows. So as long as you have 3 you can do anything. Alright. Let's have another drink. Let's check also the time, 2 hours. Okay. So we're going to put another 2 liters. That takes 2 hours to make. And then I forge this for 2 hours. And then I got 4 arrowheads. Take that. And then we can actually make another liter. And then we can make that with the rest of it. And there we go. Now we have our tools. And we have arrowheads too. So this is looking great. And we have too much water, if anything. We're actually going to just leave some of it here. This is way too much, so we'll just, yeah, it's probably fine. Okay, so now I'm quite tired. Oh, nice. I want this to burn longer so I can sleep. So let's start by breaking this down. I want some more wood, just to sleep a little bit through the day, 45 minutes. Let's put one of these on. Break these down. Alright. And then I want to put this on so I can sleep a bit longer. 4 hours, that's fine. Then we're going to go up here. We're going to eat. And now I can eat these. Because now I can open this with the knife or the hatchet. And I don't really care if I get food poisoning, because I can just sleep that off. So we should be fine. So I'm going to eat both of these. And we'll top it up with a few more of these to get close to full. So we have eaten as much as possible, which also reduces our carry weight. Because the weight of the food is basically transferred into into the body, I guess. Let's do that until we're full. I guess that's good enough. And then we're gonna sleep, and this says 4 hours 5 minutes, but I think you probably will last longer than that because this counts as an outdoor fire, but we can see. Let's sleep for 4 hours. And now 5 days. Yeah, it was more or less 4 hours, a little bit more. I think I'm going to sleep for 1 more hour. I think I'm just going to let this burn out. I think I put on 2 sticks. Sleep 1 hour. And then I think we're going to go. I'll head back. We might possibly stop in the Forlorn, the Bleak Inlet Cave. Oh, I can't. Okay. Well, I could do that, but I guess not. No. Oh, well, that burned out. I thought I could grab it, light a torch, but I couldn't. Alright, anyway, we now have the forging done. Let's head back, and then that's more or less it. We also have these. There's nothing more to really grab now, I guess. Yeah. We've been most places as well. This book we can leave, we don't need this book. Alright, let's see. Let's actually do this quick. Just to give you more context. So now we are here. And basically that's here in the world. And we need to go back, but where? Is there anywhere? Maybe I should go get a stim. Then you can see where it is as well. Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. Because the stuff probably hasn't cured yet back in Mystery Lake, we'll drop by Edge Marsh, and we can grab the stuff there and then head back. Now I'm going to make a quick fire using my mag lens because it's sunny outside, just to light the torch. And then we're going to head to the other side.
Come on, little fire.
And I'll also show a little shortcut that you can use to get up to Marsh Ridge, because there is a shortcut you can use for that. Which I don't usually show shortcuts, but in this case it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, we can put a coal on, why not? We have so much of it. That's kind of a bad torch. That's a good one. We'll only get good torches today. It's alright. That's bad. Let's get and grab 3 of those. Drink. Now I got really nice clear weather, so we're gonna head straight ahead there to Marsh Ridge or whatever, and then we're gonna, if we can, we'll do the Polaroid as well. Then we'll head back. One thing you have to be wary about though, if you want to take this route I'm gonna take now, you need to be aware of the bear. The bear can be an issue. But it's warm now, we are at +3 degrees. We're doing well with warmth. We don't smell because we have hides but not guts. I would run, but I don't have enough stamina for that. You can also go this way up here. You can follow this ridge with the broken radio tower. It goes all the way over and all the way to this side here. It's longer, but it's generally safer, except you have to go through some wolves that are over here on this ridge here. But this way I'm going now is faster, it's more straightforward, but we do run into the bear potentially, so we have to be a bit careful. When you get to this area here, you don't see the bear, you have to stop and listen. I don't hear anything, so I don't think the bear is around. He makes quite heavy breathing noises and stuff, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. Any bear? Okay. He might be sleeping still. Ah, there he is. There's the bear right there. Okay, so he's not going to be an issue. So it's a nice clear day, so now we can take advantage. You can actually see everything. This is, you know, when the weather in Forlorn Muskeg is like this, you can pretty much traverse anywhere. It's so easy to see where you are. It's when it's foggy that it becomes a nightmare. But with practice, you'll learn it. If you sometimes find yourself getting lost, I think I'm gonna go this way actually. I do recommend practicing areas like Pleasant Valley or Forlorn Muskeg, because those are very open, easy to get lost, and if you practice them, then you'll be able to navigate those areas easier in fog and blizzard, while most of the other areas have a lot of landmarks and things that make it quite easy to see where you are, even in a blizzard. Okay, so here I think we're okay to cross. If not, we'll run. Yeah. There we go. And here, now we are back to where we started. So we spawned just up there. So right up there is where we spawned. And then we walked back down here to these train tracks and went straight to Poacher's. And then we got the matches and everything. Alright. Now we're gonna go on the other side here. I don't think we can go through. You have to go around, except for, I think it's over there. Or can you go through here? I never actually tried this. I don't think you can. No, you can't even get up there. Interesting. Right, but I think you can go here. Yeah. Alright, so here there is a hunter's blind that is usually worth checking out. There's not much to it. There's not like a lot of loot in there or anything. But you can find books and things like that. So I usually check it out. It's not a priority though, you don't necessarily find any kind of high-end loot there. But you can find miscellaneous stuff. Hunting blinds, like this one, are generally worth checking out whenever you see them. So some things like, say, carcasses or corpses rather, will vary tremendously what loot you find on corpses. But hunting blinds will usually have the potential for good loot. Not always though, but many hunting blinds have things like a bedroll, hacksaw, books, sometimes matches. You know, this very often, not always, but very often, some sort of useful item to be found in the hunter's blinds. So I would check them. Alright. Let's see what we got here. This is like the deadly one, because you have the skulls outside of it, for whoever was here last. And then, yeah, we do have a book, an archery book.
I can use this.
That's nice. There we go, heavy doing that. And then I want to grab these cattails too. And now I'm going to show you a shortcut to get up to Marsh Ridge. Let's just grab these first and I'll explain it. It's actually a very easy shortcut. I haven't seen any videos about it on the internet. On YouTube there's a couple of videos that show a shortcut up there, but it seems to be a little bit different from how I do it, but it doesn't make a difference though, as long as you get up there. This shortcut is very handy for Dark Walker. Okay, so here you can see that this is Marsh Ridge, or whatever it's called up here. That little ridge here with my thumb. This. Now to get up there, you have to go all the way around. You go all the way over there, and then you follow the river up, and then you go around either through the cave or up the ridge there, and all the way around like that. There's also a rope anchor. So if you attach a rope to that anchor, you can climb up and down that. I don't think there's a rope attached already. Anyway, there is a shortcut that's pretty easy, so I'll just show you how to do that. I don't normally show shortcuts and rope skips because they are kind of cheesy and sometimes people don't like using them, but some are more handy than others. And this one can come in handy now and then, so I will show this one. Also, if you spawn in Forlorn Muskeg, like I did, you spawn over there, and maybe you do want to go this way first, in which case, sure, do that. Alright, so there we are. So you see this little ridge here, this edge. You basically want to go up this triangle looking thing. Actually, you want to go up here to this part. And then you pretty much just follow the edge like this until you get up. I think it was this ledge anyway. There are other ways you can do it too. There's not just that one. So I'll show you what I mean. Alright, so just go up, straight up here. I'm not going to run or anything because I'm heavy and don't have a lot of energy. Don't have a bedroll. So just head up here, as high as you can get, all the way to the, ooh, ouch, all the way to the top here really. basically high enough for you to be able to get to the next area, which is here. There we are. There you go onto this ledge here. And then you just continue along the snow. Just follow the snow. And you want to get up the snow. So go up to the next area. You just might have to go a bit back and forth like that. And then you want to get up to this ledge here. You usually just go back up here like this. And then you hug the wall on the left. And then you go over. And there you are. And then you just see this little, like, where these points meet. You go to that one and hug left. And then, before you know it, you gotta go on this little edge here. Now you're up. So there you go, see? That's how you get up. It wasn't that hard, was it? Just go up to this one, and then go over like this, and over here. And there we are. Okay, the moose spawn is here, indeed. That's what I thought it would. So this is where you can find the moose. We're not gonna do that though. There's some maple here, which I guess we can grab. A load of mushrooms too, and there's rabbits. This is quite a good area. And here's the moose marking. So if you didn't know this already, this is how you can tell that the moose is in this area. You just have to look at this. See this? These markings, these brown markings, is basically the moose has been scratching itself using the tree, and then therefore the bark has come off. That means that this is a moose spawn. It does not mean that the moose is here right now. It just means that this is where you'll find the moose, okay? So if you find these markings and there's no moose around, and at the moment there doesn't seem to be one, that doesn't mean that you're in the wrong area or it's a bug or something. It just means that the moose isn't here right now. The moose is a rare animal, and there will only be so many places where it will spawn. Okay, we'll blew out the torch. And it's not guaranteed to spawn there all the time. It's like a chance, and when you kill it, it will take a long time for it to respawn as well. It's much rarer than any other animal. So just so you know how that works. There's also a lot of birch bark here, so you can find quite a bit to create birch tea, which will heal you. Alright, but what we really came here for is this little cave up here, where there is a guaranteed stim. This is the stim for Forlorn Muskeg, that's guaranteed. But this is not a proper cave or anything, but you can see here where we are. This is like the birch forest of Forlorn Muskeg. Over there is a cave you can go into, and here's like a little mini cave. And you'll always find a campfire here with a backpack, usually a few bits and bobs, and a stim. So here we have a book, and then here's our stim, as you can see, located right here.
I'll take it.
And then we can see what else we got. Usually there's a can of sardines or something. Ah, we got matches too. That's nice. That's an added bonus. It's not too uncommon to find matches there, but it's not guaranteed as far as I know. So now we have our stim. So if we're in a pinch, we can use this. Or if you're exhausted and want to get there faster or climb a rope, you can do that too, but I don't think it's necessary. Now we're gonna head through this little shortcut here. It's not really a shortcut, but it's a warmer cave. We're quite tired and heavy though, so we need to take it a bit easy and head to a bed whenever we can. But we're not that far from Mystery Lake, so we'll be alright. We're gonna go in here because it's warmer, and there'll be a little bit of coal here as well, probably. It's light. We don't really need the light, we'll light it anyway. This cave here just connects the waterfall to this upper area of Forlorn Muskeg, and there isn't really much loot in here. There's not really much of a need to go in here. It's just a cave that you're safe in. You can find a little bit of coal, and there is sometimes a little bit of loot, like a little alcove that has a rope and maybe some loot from a carcass. So you can find some stuff here, but not a lot. I think I'm actually going to bandage this ankle in case I need to run. Right. Here in the main atrium, Nothing here really except for coal.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
I'm not gonna run unless I have to. And we're gonna head out. And there's another alcove in here. Someone's in there. Ah, here we are. You can find a rope. This rope can be used to attach. You can attach to the rope anchor where we just were. There's a rope anchor there. Don't think I need that much coal, so we'll grab it anyway, in case I want to make a fire somewhere. And that's pretty much it for this cave. There isn't much more to it. Some caves like these have very good loot in them. There are a few of these little caves that you can find good stuff in it. One, for example, is in Pleasant Valley near the entrance to Tin Wolf Mountain. That one has a lot of stuff. Sometimes there's corpse there too. You can find coffee, for example. I guess I grab this. I don't really need it, but how heavy are we? Fairly heavy. Let's leave the rest. Then we're gonna come outside. And one thing, let me see. Okay, I don't have a flare. Because one issue is that I want to do the Polaroid while I'm here. But that area does have wolves in it. And if it's windy, I don't really have any defense against the wolves. So that can be a problem. We'll have to see what it looks like up there. We can't sleep either because we don't have a bedroll. Unless we make a... Oops. Yeah, because we need a snow shelter, but that requires 5 cloth, and I think we have 0 or 2. Okay. So... No, I don't think I've ever made a snow shelter in my life. Maybe once just to try it out. Okay, the wind has died down. So if the wolves are here, which is likely, we can use a torch. So I think it's foggy, but I don't think it's so foggy that I cannot map if the wolves are here. Because we found the Polaroid earlier, which is for this radio tower right here. So we might as well take the opportunity to map it out. There's also some misc loot to be found here. Not a lot though. Let's keep an eye out because there are wolves. And here it is. And we can actually avoid the wolves entirely. But it doesn't take much for them to detect us while we do the Polaroid. I will grab a couple stones though. See if I can... No. Then torch it is. Have to use a match for that. Scare the wolf off. There's usually 2 wolves here, not 1. We'll see. Okay. That's probably a corpse. So here we are at this is the northern radio tower. Sometimes there's a little bit of misc loot right here as well. Right here. Not today though, but you can sometimes find a corpse there. Oh, there's birch over there. But we're quite heavy, so we'll leave that for another time. Just because you can loot it doesn't mean you have to. I know it's hard to avoid doing that, but well. There we are. It says Vista location, see? So this is where that would be. First, let's loot this.
This stuff
Cotton
becomes
scarf.
heavy.
2 of them. Good feather. We got a candy bar. And just because... Oh, can opener, wow. Don't I have that already? No, I don't. That's why I use the knife, of course. Alright, I'm gonna put a campfire down. Because I want to try and map this if the weather allows it. I think light fog, you can still map things. And I want to have the fire just for the wolf.
Come on, little fire. I'm getting tired. Perfect.
Put 1 coal on here, and then I think... Can I make something? Yeah, I can make this. Alright. Alright, so then let's do this. And let's see if we can do this. There we go. And now we should reveal a big part of this map. There we go. Look at that. So that's how Polaroids work. As you can see, we mapped a lot of Forlorn Muskeg now. Like half the map. And then the other Polaroid is by this tower over here where we were before. As you can see, we pretty much mapped everything now. We know where everything is. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. Alright, let's take this.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Let's get a good one. If we can. That's good. And let's head back down. So that's how Polaroids work. Once you have it, you find the right location. And then we'll map a huge part of the area. You still might need to map some of the rest of the area manually though. But that's how Polaroids work. You loot the Polaroid and then you find that location and then you map it. It won't work without the Polaroid. I mean, in practice it should, right? Because you go to that location and then Polaroid or not, you should be able to see everything. But it's just not how it works. You have to have the Polaroid first and then you map it out. Now we're just going to head straight down here. You can't go up this hill. Well, I mean, you can if you're being a bit clever, but you can go down it. And then now, if you can't see where we are, if you head straight ahead now, straight ahead there, we reach Poacher's Camp. That's where that leads. And then over here, on the other side of this water here, is a cave. And that cave supposedly can have the hacksaw. If you don't find the hacksaw anywhere else, it can be in that cave. I've never found it myself that I can remember at least, so I'm not sure if it's accurate or not. But supposedly it could be there. So if you don't find it, you can always check that out. But if you don't find it here in Forlorn Muskeg, you'll find it in Mystery Lake instead. In Hunter's Blind or Trapper's Cabin or the Dam, for example. Alright, I'm not going to grab every single cattail I see, but I will grab the ones that's kind of on the route. And I would love to have a bedroll right now, but I don't have one, so we just have to make the best of it. We're not going to run into the moose by accident, because we know where the moose is. It's all about just getting back to the camp office now. But I doubt that the stuff I left there, the saplings, have cured already. So it's not like we can do much when we get there anyway, so we might as well just take it slow. That's why this little detour was worth it, just so I could show you where it was. Where this, the stim was, rather. And the Polaroid, of course. How long is this pain got left? An hour. Okay. So this cave, do I have pain medicine, actually? Yeah, I'll do tea, I guess. I'm gonna wait it out, it's just 1 hour. So right up here, there is a cave. There's a lot of mushrooms outside as well. But be a bit careful, there's usually a wolf or two here as well. And you can see maple up there. Sometimes there's birch here as well, I think. Be a little bit careful, there is a wolf in this area. Don't see him right now though. But he is around somewhere. Let's keep lighting torches. And then we have to keep moving because we don't have a bedroll. Well, let's see in here what we got. Sometimes there's miscellaneous loot in here too. Not very often though, but you can sometimes find miscellaneous stuff in here. But this is a good little resting stop. Like if I had a bedroll now, I would just lay down and sleep here because it's quite warm. This is a perfectly safe place to sleep. But we don't have a bedroll. We don't even have coffee. So we only have one option, which is to go to a bed. And in this case, we're not that far from Mystery Lake, so we're just going to go there, even if we're very tired. The alternative will be to go back to the farm and sleep there, of course. Or Broken Railroad, which is way too far. So yeah, those are the only two options, really. Now, if I hadn't taken this detour, I probably would have made it back to Mystery Lake without getting tired at all, because I can just go the route I had done before, over the ice, the way I came to the farm, and then do that in reverse. Or I could go via Larry's cave by Bleak Inlet and sleep there. That would also be an option. Yeah, that's the third bed, sorry, you could go there. But we don't really need to do that. We are going to be tired, but we'll be fine. We're just going to walk it. Sometimes the wolves get scared if you just initiate a charge as well, but I find that mechanic very unreliable. It's better to throw the torch or use a stone. I did see a few comments, just to clarify. I have a few videos on how to deal with wolves, and there were some... I have gotten a few comments of people saying that they would throw rocks at the wolves and it didn't work. But that's of course not how it works. So some people seem to have misunderstood that when you have a torch, right, when the wolf is on you, you take the stone and you aim it, and then the wolf will flee once it gets close enough. But I think some people forget you need to have the torch, right? If you don't have the torch and then you aim, then of course the wolf will just attack you. If you throw it at the wolf, it's not going to do anything unless you hit the wolf in the head. A wolf that charges you, or is aggressive towards you, if you hit them in the head or I think the neck also, with a stone, they will usually flee. But you don't really want to be in a situation where that's your out. So remember what I said before, you need to always have a contingency, right? Always try and think at least one step ahead. What do I do if X, right? If your strategy is, well, what happens if I get attacked by a wolf? Well, then I will throw a rock at them. If that's your contingency, then you are likely to be in trouble because it's not a very good one. If your strategy is to scare off a wolf by throwing a rock at it, that has a very high failure rate. You need to hit them right in the head. And sure, you could practice it so that you become really good at it, but why take that risk when you can just use the torch? Because using the torch with or without the stone is 100% effective. I sometimes see people say that it works something like 95% of the time, that sometimes they do it and it doesn't work. I can tell you right now that throughout all my years of playing Long Dog, I have never had it not work. Must be thousands of cases by now, and it has never not worked for me. So if it didn't work for you, it either bugged out or it's a glitch. There are some exceptions though where it won't work, but it's not a glitch. And that's when if a wolf gets too close to you, then he will trigger a charge irrespective of what you got. So let's say there's a wolf behind this tree. If he came around this tree now and attacked me, then I could aim at him with the stone and scare him away with the torch. However, if I got really close, right, let's say I'm here, and now a wolf comes around the corner, then he's too close. He's already inside like a... the wolf is already inside like a radius that is too close. And it's already past a kind of barrier. The way to think of it is like when I have a torch, picture an invisible aura around you, kind of like where the light is now. See, now it's dark and the torch is casting a little light, right? You can see it on the ground. It has this little light. Think of that as like an aura of protection. So when a wolf attacks you, it will stop at the edge of this aura, and then you can scare it away with a stone or throwing the torch. However, if the wolf detects you when it's already inside this aura or inside the barrier, then it has already crossed the line and it acts as if it's bypassed it. That's not a bug or anything. It's just the wolf is so close that it's not deterred by the fire because it's kind of superseded it, if that makes sense.
I am too tired to think straight.
So in those cases, the torch doesn't work. If a wolf detects you in such a close vicinity, that it's so close that it's within the radius of the torch, it will ignore the torch and just go straight for you. And there's not much to do about that. And that's not a bug, this is how it's meant to be. It's basically like you got spooked because you were too close. That's how that works.
Anything right now.
The only exception where you can escape from something like that is if you manage to put enough distance from you, between the wolf and you. So I have seen it happen a few times. It's not very common, but I've seen it happen a few times. I know that Goon TV did it once. Basically a wolf came over a little, like imagine a wolf came over this snowbank here or around the street, and it was way too close, so it attacked him right away, and then he was able to sprint around the corner and light a torch, and when the torch was lit, because of how the wolf had to navigate to get to him, the distance between the player and the wolf had increased, and then it re-established the barrier, and then he could scare the wolf off. So it is possible to get rid of the wolf if it does get too close, but that would depend completely on your reaction time and the terrain. So yeah, so basically the torch with a stone will always work to scare away a wolf, unless it's an aurora wolf, of course. And if it doesn't, then I think you probably did it wrong, or it could be a bug. But yeah, I have never not managed to do it myself, and I have never seen a streamer, like a veteran streamer who plays Lange all the time, I've never seen them not succeed in it either. If you put them all together, we're probably talking about tens of thousands of cases, and I've never seen it not work. So it's a very, very reliable strategy. I do admit it's a bit weird, like that the wolves can sort of know that you are threatening them with like a stone and then they get scared off. But I don't think we should think too much of that. It's not meant to be realistic in that sense, right? I think it's just meant to be a general aggressive behavior. That whenever you aim at the wolf like this, right, it doesn't really matter if you used... It doesn't really matter if you used a stone or a bow or a gun. I think it's just a general mechanic in the game that when you aim at the wolf, you're basically being threatening. How you're being threatening isn't that important. What matters is that it's a mechanic for you to be threatening towards the wolf. You're basically aiming at the wolf with whatever tool or weapon you have. It's basically an aggressive act. And the game just doesn't differentiate between what kind of aggressive act we're talking about, and that's why the wolves run away. So I know it looks a bit stupid that you pick up a stone and you're basically aiming at it, aiming at a wolf with it, and they get scared, as if the wolf would understand that you can throw the stone at the wolf. But that's not really the point of the mechanic. You know, the game isn't meant to be realistic in that sense. If you want to go down the realistic path of the Long Dark, you'll find a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't really make sense. It's a semi-realistic experience in that it's meant to more be a battle against the elements, but you're not meant to be... it's not a real-life realistic simulator, you know. Okay, that was a good little... educational monologue while we were walking all the way here. Take notes, students. All right, so now we are back at the camp office, and now it's a good time for us to sleep. Let's sort out the stuff we're carrying first. So we got deer hides. We only have one, I think, which we can drop. We have maple, which is not quite cured. This is probably cured, yep. So normally in my walkthroughs I do not do forging, except for the Interloper spawn walkthrough. Interloper made easy and stuff. because the tutorials are more about just mastering wherever you spawn. But this is an exception because you spawn right next to a forge and you can get all the tools you want right away. I'm gonna eat this. I'm gonna eat all of this stuff. Let's simplify this. Doesn't matter if you get food poisoning. So because we pretty much just need 2 areas, like you can see, we spawn in Forlorn Muskeg, find a hacksaw, find some metal, find a hammer, and then you pretty much go back to Forlorn Muskeg and start forging. And then you can make the bow. And that's it. It's pretty straightforward. It's unusually quick to make a weapon and become sustainable. The thing is the only spawn that really permits that. Because no matter what in the other spawns, you have to kind of go through areas first just to forge, but here you can do it really fast. Alright, then we have a drink and then we're gonna sleep. Yeah. Quickly, yeah. Alright, so let's sleep for 10 hours. The maximum. Some people sleep only 9 hours because they notice that, you know, you wake up dehydrated. And it's true, you do wake up dehydrated, and the reason you wake up dehydrated is because you become dehydrated between the 9th and 10th hour. So if you want to wake up not dehydrated, you should sleep 9 hours, but it does actually benefit you to sleep 10 and not 9, because if you sleep 9 hours, I think you heal something like 30%, and if you sleep 10 hours, I think it's 32%. Right? But if you instead slept 9 hours and then 1 hour, then you would heal 31%, because it'd be 30 plus 1 as opposed to 30 plus 2. So it is worth doing it that way. All right, I could sleep more, but it's daylight now. And we have birch saplings. We have maple. What's the best one? 76. And this is curing too. It's kind of close. And this is cured too. So we can actually do some crafting before we end this video. Let's start with the easy ones, which is the birch saplings. We have 1 that's cured, and we can only make 6 arrows anyway. And we need, for the bow, I think we need 2 cured thingies. Let's see. We need 2. And how many cured ones do you have of these, if any? On down, so we're leaving like this. Okay, none, but they are curing. You can't actually craft anything then of this unless I get more guts, but that's alright. Let's do this first. Our shaft, and we can use our knife to do that. There we go, now we have some arrow shafts. Oh, let me get my feathers and things. Oh, let's go back in here, grab these feathers. And the tools. So the tools make it so you can craft arrows faster. The way it works is pretty straightforward. So if I go now on my workbench and I choose arrow, you see it takes an hour and a half to make it. If I choose the simple tools, it takes an hour and 12 minutes. If you have the high quality tools, the red tools, it takes 45 minutes, so it's faster. I can only make 3 arrows, so I'm going to make 3 arrows. And I'm also going to level up archery doing this. For each arrow you make, you'll see there's a symbol here, see? And that symbol indicates I have leveled up archery. So now I have some arrows. And this is almost cured. How is this? 80%. Only 9% and 59. That's quite far off. These are also getting, probably the next day we can do it. I think I would like to get some more rabbits, but it's a blizzard outside right now, so I think instead we'll break down some stuff and do some reading. Let's see what books we can read while we wait for this blizzard to pass. We got all of these books. The Wilderness Kitchen is the priority book because it's cooking. Is that red or is it? Yeah. Cooking skill is the first priority of all the skills. If you go to skills, this is the most important skill to level, just because you want to get this to level 5 to avoid parasite risks and food poisoning. That's the most important one. Then archery is pretty good too to get to level 5, so you can crouch and get closer. The rest is not that important, but they help, of course. Fire starting level 3 is also good. Alright, we're gonna wait out this blizzard, so I'm gonna read 2 hours. I think it died down. We almost have the book done. I want to see if I can grab a rabbit or 2 for some more guts. Oh, still a blizzard, so let's go back inside. Let's read another hour. That should level cooking. There we go, cooking is now level 2, and we should now get more calories from cooking, yeah. So now when we cook, we'll get more food, basically. We can drop that. It's still a blizzard outside, so... What other book can we read while we wait? I guess the next would be archery, yeah, so we can read that. Is there anything that needs repairing? Not really. This maybe... none of the important things need repairing. I guess this can be repaired. Let's do that. Alright, now we're going to put in... we don't need these 2, so let's put that in. Let's read another hour then of this, see if the blizzard dies down.
Right about now.
Okay, it died down. Let's see if we can grab a couple rabbits. And then maybe the next day we can... oh yeah. There's rabbits up there and there's rabbits over here. I got quite a bit of stamina and I'm not going fast, I can run a bit. It's not that long since I was here, but I think there'll still be a rabbit or 2 over here. I could also get a wolf to hunt deer, but I don't really need to. Let's see if there's a rabbit over here. Don't think I need 5 of these. We'll see. Okay, let's see. Any rabbits? Or are they not back yet? Usually there's more than 2 of them here, so I suspect there would be a rabbit or 2. But I don't see any rabbits. No. Okay, then they just haven't respawned, and there weren't any extra ones. You can easily find 3 rabbits there, but they seem to have not spawned or respawned. Okay, what we'll do instead, we're going to go up to Lake Overlook Cave, where there's usually 1 or 2 rabbits. And this is actually a cave you should check out when you're in Mystery Lake. So Mystery Lake has a few high-end loot locations, a camp office, trapper's cabin, lookout tower, and the dam. And you can find hammer, hacksaw, weapons on lower difficulties, and so on. Mag lens, very good stuff. But the cave that's up here, it's worth checking out, because you can find a storm lantern there. You can also find, sometimes, a fire striker there. So it's worth checking that out. And it's easy to get up there. You just pretty much just follow the slopes up here. Don't be too surprised if you get a sprain, because it is quite steep. Don't think you can go right there, so you have to go a bit to the left and then up. I can't tell if the developers intended for you to be able to go this way, but I don't know. I think it's fine, because there's another way you can go all the way near the dam, up the mountain, and then you get there. But there's also ropes, so if you for some reason can't find the cave, if you really struggle to navigate up the slopes like I'm doing now, if you struggle to do that, you can go to, let me see, do I have that? You can go to the ropes on the other side. You just follow the lake, follow the ice on the lake, and hug left, just hug left all the time, left, until you get it to that little river. Well, there's usually rabbits as well. And then there's 2 ropes, and you can climb those 2 ropes up here. So this is Lake Overlook Cave. If you find a Polaroid, this can be the there we are, the Polaroid location. Alright, let's see. The sprain actually is a bit annoying because then it's harder to catch the rabbit. Okay, here he is. Let's see if I can grab this rabbit. I'm gonna drop this rabbit for a second, just to make sure that a wolf doesn't smell it. There's only one rabbit, or is there more? Usually there's two. There's the rope, by the way. If you need a rope for the ravine, if you want to go to the ravine and grab the flare gun and you need a rope, a good idea is to grab this rope, because you're unlikely to need these ropes here in the future. This climb here in the river up here, it almost never happens. I have almost never done it. It's very rare because you can just go up the other way. So why bother doing it? So let's see what we got here. This is the little cave. It's a corpse here, and we have one of the guns books.
This will come in handy.
These are very rare. You can only find maybe 3 or sometimes 4 of them in the game. But of course on Interloper they're completely useless because we don't have firearms. So this is just books. Let's see if he's got anything. Nothing, no. You can also find a storm lantern here. And you can also find a fire striker.
Ow!
Alright. Let's grab the rabbit for now. And then very often there's a carcass here too. Let's see if it's there. It is. And I want to harvest this carcass too. Food and guts. And I don't need to use the matches yet because I only have a bit of matches. And I'm actually kind of warm. So let's just eat a couple of these. Drink a little bit. And then I want to harvest this stuff. And I want to harvest this with the hacksaw. Because it's frozen. And normally, as you've seen for the rest of this walkthrough, I have been warming it up because it's frozen. But now I have tools like these that allows me to grab this for a very reduced time. This used to take, well, with the hacksaw and stuff, this would take 2 hours, and it had to thaw first, but we don't need it now, so we can just do this. Okay, we're getting cold. But we're fine. Still a while until we get hypothermia risk.
It's dusk, so that can't be far behind.
Now, if this was far away from any kind of shelter, I would not do what I just did. Because you're going to get cold. As you can see, we have hypothermia risk now. And we're taking cold damage. However, we are right next to camp office. So getting a little bit of cold, it's okay. Even if we got hypothermia, it would still be okay. Because we're only spending about like an hour doing this. And then we're going to go inside. We're going to cook this stuff, warm up, craft. So we probably will be inside for 24 hours. And then you'll recover from hypothermia. Now, because I stink quite a bit, because I got guts and rabbits and meat, I am going to take my torch out. It's a bit windy, but we'll see. Because a wolf could come up here, because I smell. It is unusual for a wolf to come up here, but it does happen. And you gotta be prepared for the possibility. It's only happened to me once. I was doing a lot of rabbit hunting and stuff up here, and a wolf smelled me and went all the way up there. So it can happen. Just to get back down, you just follow the ridge here, and then you can just glide down here. And then we got a sprain, of course. Don't see any wolves. There's the wolf, actually. There he is, see? He smelled me already, unless he's going for the deer. No, he's going for the deer. Okay. Alright, so here we are.
It's a bit, but I'll make it.
Gonna head inside now. And we might do some cooking, but we'll probably do it in the morning. So first, let's go inside. And we're gonna eat a few more of these. It doesn't matter if the raw meat deteriorates a bit, because we're gonna cook it in the morning anyway. Just so we can see a bit better, let's light this. And let's put down the deer hide. Let's put down these. And then let's harvest this guy. We're gonna harvest this rabbit. And the knife speeds up things like meat and guts, but not the hide. I'll show you. So let's just get the meat and guts.
Can you move trees?
And then the hide, once the animal is thawed, when it's frozen it's different, but when it's thawed, it doesn't really matter much what you do. So with the knife, it takes 40 minutes. With the hands, it takes 40 minutes. With the hacksaw, it takes an hour. And with this, it takes an hour. So the hands and knife is actually better. Makes kind of sense, because you have to be a bit like finessed taking off, and using like a hacksaw to do it seems like not a good way to do it. And I usually, if you have the option, use your hands. Don't use the tool, because they are exactly the same. They take the same amount of time, but if you use the tool, you're going to use the condition of the tool, and everything counts on Interloper. So use your hands. Okay. And we're going to sleep before we eat more of this. First, let's do this. And then we'll put down this as well. And this is more or less the same, so we'll put that down. And then we're going to put the food outside. We're probably going to cook it very soon anyway, so I want to make sure the difference. But put the raw meat outside, because now it's going to deteriorate slower. Because the world is now your fridge. Alright, then we're going to go inside.
Ow.
We're going to eat and sleep, and then in the morning we're going to craft again. Alright, then we can take this down. And we're going to eat a lot, have a little feast of cattail stalks, just spam them. In a way, I wish you could eat a bunch of them. I wish you could say to the game that, hey, I want to eat 10 of these, and then he eats 10 at a time, rather than having to click it again and again and again. But, you know, that's just how the game works. There is a mod that allows you to do that, though, if you really, really want to. There is a mod, I forgot the name of it, but there is a mod you can install that allows you to stack items in bundles, which includes things like these, and then you can eat them. So if you really want that, it is out there to get. Alright, cattails, cattails, cattails. This is easy. We got so many of them, as you can see. Forlorn Muskeg is just a gold mine of this stuff. So let's do it. Alright, and then we have a drink, and then we sleep. And we'll recover all the way up on our health. Go. I think it should be light as well. Yes, 6 days. And then we do this. And then we're gonna go and cook while we craft, because now I think the other sapling is probably cured. Yes, you can see the slight color difference, so we're gonna grab that. And this has got 93, all right. And we need 2 of these, and then 3 to craft. Let's see. We only need 1 into. Ooh, okay. Right, we can do that then. Could have done that earlier too. I can never remember the exact amount. So let's grab the food we have outside. Then we're gonna go upstairs, because there's 2 cooking slots there. And we're gonna use a match to light our terrible torch. Gonna light the fire with this book. We go here, and we have a regular book too, but we're going to use this and go. Failed. I should have 1 or 2 more attempts before this torch burns out. Go. It does happen. Sometimes people say, oh, whenever I light a fire, it says 95%. But it's not 95 because I failed 5 times in a row. Well, that's just regression to the mean, isn't it? So sometimes you will light the fire successfully 10 times in a row when it's got a 50% chance. And sometimes it's going to have a 95% chance and you'll fail 10 times in a row. It's just chance, you know. If it's a 95% chance of success, then that means there's a 5% chance of failure, and effectively a 2.5% chance that you fail twice, and so on. So the odds that you fail are quite low, but they can happen. Alright, we're actually not gonna... So some people ask me, why do I cook like this? 51 minutes. Notice that actually, put this on. 51 minutes to cook, okay, by putting on there. But if you put it in the pot, it's now 41 minutes, so it's faster, right? And a lot of people ask me, why don't you just cook like this? It's much better. And you're right, it is better to do this way. But the reason I don't do it is because it's a lot of clicking. So you see, if I click this, I have to now do this and find it. You can also do this, of course, or that, and you can click it so it's faster. But I just find it more convenient to just do like this. It's so much faster, so that's why I do it. Even though it is better to put it in the pot. You are right about that. We can harvest that. Or a few more of these. I think it takes half an hour. No, 50. Oh, okay. That should be fine. I think it takes half an hour to make arrow shafts, so we're going to go and do that. Click on the workbench, arrow shaft. 39. I think the water won't... I don't think it will evaporate. I think it'll take longer. So we got 3 arrow shafts. Repair skill increased, which doesn't really mean much. And then we got some water. This is done. And then we can put on a small one here, 15 minutes. And then we can make a tea. This needs more wood. And we can actually break this down while we wait, because that takes 15 minutes. Take that, and then we can cook this. 38 minutes. And we can do this a bit more. We can break down a bit more of this. This takes 34 minutes or 45, and this is 20 and 13. I think we'll rather just let's do some inventory actually while we wait, because we're carrying a bunch of stuff. We can carry this because we might use it. I'm going to leave 12 of these in here as emergency backup food. It basically buys me 2 days worth of food if I use starvation tactic. We don't need this book. Can open it. Yes, alright. I guess you don't really need it right now. Yeah, okay, that's good enough. And then while this is doing that, we can also eat this. I might as well eat this little thing. And have a drink too. There we go. And just do this, grab that, and then we're going to do this. Put on 2 liters of water. That's going to take 2 hours. We're going to put on this. Put on one of these two. 2 of these, why not? And then we can make some arrows while we wait. Not many, but we can make some. Yeah. You can make 2 because it's going to take 2 hours, 24 minutes to make 2 arrows. There we are. Got 2 more arrows that way. Grab that. And then we can do we can do 1 liter. We need to put another coal on here, that's fine. Run if you want to save time. And we'll make another arrow. And that's all the arrows we can make, because we didn't have any more arrowheads. So if we want more than 6 arrows, we have to go out and get some more and make some more. 97% cured. And now we have quite a bit of water as well. How many torches do I have? Not a lot. Grab that. And I think we'll just grab 2 torches. There we are. We don't need them right now, so we're going to let this fire die out. We're not going to be using it right now. Okay, and then we got 93 on these. Okay, so we can't do anything today. We have to wait for it to be cured. So the next day we can make it. So I might as well wait for that and do that, I suppose. What am I doing with tinder? Yeah, right. We'll do what I did earlier. We'll do some reading. So we're just going to do that. Might also break down some stuff. So let's position ourselves here and read the rest of this book. We can actually do it in one go. Read 4 hours of it. There we go. Boom. Did that level us? Oh, it did. Between the book and making 6 arrows, we reached archery level 2 without ever firing an arrow with a bow. But we still upgraded to level 2. You can kill pretty much anything at level 1 though. You can put this in here. No, this is actually used, so we're going to put this down here. And we can read something else. I think that sewing is great to level, but it's not that important. I think fire is next. That's good to get to level 3. Let's read 1 hour of this. I think we can probably do 2 hours before it gets dark. Then that's it. Let's have a drink. I think I can read 1 more hour. But then I think it'll be too dark after. We can try 1 more hour, but I don't think it's going to work. I think it's slightly too long. I think I'll reach about, yeah, as I said. We could break down this chair. If you're not sure how I found the chair, here's the window, right? Use your reference points, so window and window over there. So if the window is here, the bed is there, the chair must be over here. This table, and then chairs like around there it is. And you can't actually use the tools. If I click now, it won't let me. But it says it requires light to break it down. Or if I choose my hands, you don't need it. Because I presume the idea is you're feeling what you're doing, you know. Table though requires a tool, so no matter what, we can't do anything there. Okay, again, window there, right? Even if it's dark, you can see the window. So here, the bed must be to the left of it, or to the right. You just go on this bed, right? So in the morning, this should all be cured, so we can do that. And then I'll show you a couple of hunting things, and then I think that's the end of it. Let's see, we have so many of these that we're not really going to struggle with food, but I'm going to eat all the way until I'm full, and then we'll get some food after. Let's see. Oh, let's have 1 more. And then have a drink. And then we can sleep. We can't sleep 10 hours because we're not that sleepy, but we can still put 10 hours. But we'll probably sleep 7 hours, if I had to guess. Something like that. And it is almost light, not quite. So I would, unless I have something I can do. A drink. Can I craft something? I can. And I think you can do this in the dark. So we're just going to craft this until it's daylight. The daylight is whenever the horizontal rays of the sun is over the horizon. So see, this is still dark. This is dark, 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 dark. And then still dark. Well, do you see these rays on the left here? When they cross the horizon, it's light. I think right now it's still dark. Yeah, still too dark, but if you wait a tiny bit now, like there, I think now, or very close to this, is when it's light. So if I now go and read 1 hour, yeah, see now it worked. That's when daylight kicks in. Alright. Now what we want is to make the bow. So we're gonna go down here, and you can see, if you can't, let me just use light for you, my dear viewers. And you can see these are cured now, 2 of them. We only need to make 1 bow though, but you're probably going to need to make another one fairly soon, because the bow durability goes down pretty rapidly when you're low level archery. But once you reach, I think it's level 3 or something, which is doesn't take very long, then the bow lasts longer, so then you don't need to make them as often. And then we got 9, this one's cured and this one's cured, and then we have these 2. Right, so now we can go to our workbench and we can make the survival bow. You can use either of these, but it's 9 hours to 6.5. I'm just going to put 4 hours, because after that I'll probably be thirsty. Looks like I'll be thirsty a bit before, but that's alright. No, that's alright. Then I'll have a drink. And then I'm going to make the rest of it. 2.5 hours. And voila, there we go. Bow in hand. And that's the power of the Forlorn Muskeg spawn. You can make the bow really early because it's right there. Once you find a hammer, that is. And of course the hammer's not going to be in Forlorn Muskeg, but it could be in Broken Railroad, but usually no. But you can find it in Mystery Lake. Just look for it and you'll find it. And if you don't find it, just go somewhere else, Coastal Highway, Pleasant Valley or something. It's not like you don't have to forge right away. And we are on day 9. We have survived 8 days, but we're on day 9. So this is quite an early forge, right? Pretty fast. And we also have 1, 2, 3 cured guts. And we have 4 of these. So we could actually make the hat. Or the mittens. I probably would make the mittens because the mittens I have they're pretty bad. Or we can make deerskin pants. That also works. I think we're missing 1 gut for that though. But yeah, you just collect these and before you know it you have enough and then you can craft it. We're not going to do that today though, but before we go, let's do a little bit of a hunting tutorial. Let's do a wolf first, unless the deer is right here. So let's grab the bow, have it out. It's possible that the wolf has killed the deer that was around here, but that's right. Now, let's find a wolf we can practice on. This is when it's actually convenient to smell a bit, so I should have maybe taken some guts with me to attract the wolves a bit easier. Okay, here's the deer. Alright, so there's 2 ways to hunt the deer. Well, 3 I guess, but anyway. So the deers are quite skitterish, so if you get too close, they'll just run away. So if you see me approaching now, you'll see they'll run away pretty easily. Once he sees me here, I think he's in an animation actually, so he's going to see, oh, this is pretty, there we go, yeah. So you have to get, you can even make it worse than that with custom. So they spook pretty easily, right? So it's hard to get close. If you're level 5 archery, you can just crouch all the way up to his face and then shoot him in the face, but then it's super easy. So that means you have 2 options. You can either shoot the deer from a distance, that's going to take some practice. There's 2 ways to aim. One is to do like this, and then you use the tip of the arrow to aim. In this case, you have to remember that there's bullet drop. If an animal's very close, you aim a little bit under the animal. If it's far away, you aim over, and if it's like an intermediate distance, you more or less aim right at wherever you want to go. The alternative is to use this reticle here, the crosshair, see the yellow dot? What you can do is you can do a quick shot. So you are going to shoot roughly where this crosshair is, but again you have to take bullet drop into account, but you can take a quick shot. So for this case it will be something like here. And there you see I hit. Now he didn't die, so that makes it difficult, right? You could try and shoot it. A bit difficult, but can do it. You can try. is possible, but very hard to do, as you can see. So the best thing now is to just let him bleed out, or wait for an opportunity to get closer and then shoot him. I don't think that's going to work. It's going to go out on the ice. Where did my other arrow go? Oh. I'll find that later. Where did he go? Did he go on the ice? I assume he did. There he is. Okay, we'll have to go find him. Let me find my arrow first. So I shot him and I missed twice. And I picked up one of them, the other one's in there. Where did the other one go? They sometimes bounce and they go flying somewhere and you don't see them. Ah, there it is. Sometimes if you can't find the arrow, it will appear later. It does happen that arrows fall through the world. And if that happens, you just have to wait for them to basically float back up. Ah, he's dead. He died really fast because I think I probably hit him in the neck or something. So he died pretty quickly.
Anything right now.
That's one way to do it. If he doesn't die right away, you have to track it using the blood. Or look for crows flying in a circle. And then you can find the carcass. Right, so that's one way to do it. There is another way to do it, which I can show you if I find another deer. And you can see feathers have already started spawning, even though there aren't actually any crows. I'm going to grab one of these. See, also I got my arrow. When you click on the carcass that you shot with an arrow, if it still has arrows in it, for example, maybe it's under the carcass, you automatically pick up. Okay, I'm going to grab one of these just to smell of it, so the wolves are more attracted. Alright, bit windy, but that's alright. Let's see if we can find some target practice animals here. A deer would be preferable. I guess we could practice on a bear as well. Okay, it's another deer. We'll do that first. The wolves will be around somewhere. Alright, so another way you can do it, so as you saw there, was to shoot from a distance using either the quick scope or quick shot, or you can do this. Right? The other way to do it is to crouch and get as close as you can, because then you can get closer, and then you can do this, by the way, you can tap, because the interval of which you tap isn't long enough to trigger the, I guess, the stance of you being standing. Anyway, you can't shoot from here, see? If I try, it doesn't work. If you're level 5 archery, it does work, but we're not, so. So what you can do instead is you can stand up and shoot immediately, and then you will have maybe 1 or 2 seconds before the deer gets spooked, and you can kill the deer. Alright, so we're going to wait for an opportunity. Ideally you want the deer to go towards us, because then it's a lot easier to hit the deer compared to if he's on his side like this. He hasn't seen me because I'm crouching. Let's see if he comes towards me. He will eventually spot me. Okay, here we go. That's kind of good. So what I want to do is I want to aim slightly under the head of the deer and then shoot immediately when I stand up. And then usually you will hit the target. Not always though. So like this. Oh, slightly too slow there. You can try a running shot if you want, like that. And now he's going to bleed out. I was slightly too slow there, as you can see. You have to be very quick to do it. It's easier if you have the deer in front of you, if he's walking towards you, because then if you are slow, you will still hit the deer in the back and it will bleed out. This deer is probably going to run into right. He's probably going to run into a wolf. I'm just going to try and get up to a vantage point to see if I can see him. Okay, he's over there. I haven't actually seen any wolves, which is weird. because I would like to show you how to deal with that. Is there a bear? There is, okay. I can show you how to hunt the bear as well, seeing as we're here. We might as well take advantage. I can try one more time with the deer. I would have liked to have shown you how to kill a wolf, but the wolves are not cooperative today, it seems. Oh, hello. I got the wind against us as well. Yeah, I can do it one more time. If you feel you have the time and patience, I would probably recommend that you try and kill the deer from a distance. Not because that's better, in fact it's not better, but it's good practice to do it that way. Why did the other deer get spooked? Did it get spooked by the first? That's weird. You can also be a bit cheesy and do like this, and you'll notice that the deers change trajectory. See how they turn around? The one on the left, like that, see? I can make them turn where I want them to go. That's clearly an exploit though. That's not intended. So that's something you have to decide yourself if you want to do. Alright, let's see if we can get close to one of these. Okay, this one maybe. We can actually use the exploit like this. I think maybe we're a bit too close for that to work. Alright, let's try this again. If we can get him to face us, or we can face the deer, that's easier. He's probably going to go to my left now, so let's try and find a better opening. But if they're facing you, then you can't miss almost. It's very easy. And hunting requires patience. You just gotta be patient. So let's see if the deer can move towards us. You can also spook the deer to get him to run towards you, but then you have a smaller window of opportunity. Let's see, he's going away. This one. Now, one way to do this, if you're struggling a bit like I am now, the deers have kind of like an anchor point. So this is their spawn area right here. So this is where that's like their home. So if you scare a deer away, like over here for example, it will always start moving towards this area. And that's one way you can get the deer to come back. So like this deer for example right now, it's kind of heading back towards its home. Okay, this should work. So now we are in front of the deer, and now you just stand up and shoot it right away. And there you can see it dies. Must have been the wind, right? Because it's right in front of you, so even if you aim a little bit too high or too low or whatever, it's not going to make a difference. Alright, let's do the bear as well, and then that's it. Oh, if you do want to aim at the deer using the tip of the bow, you just have to dodge, you have to judge the distance. So this is like an intermediate, like a medium distance. So this would probably be something like this. That was wrong. But as you can see, it just takes practice, and I miss sometimes too. This would be a bit longer distance, so you want to wait for him to stop, but it would be something like just like this maybe. I missed again, yeah. It's hard, as you can see. I miss as well.
I can't feel my feet.
And if I can miss, and you can miss too. As in, it's okay that you miss. Let's get the other arrow and then check out the bear. Where did it go? There we are. Right. My last arrow is somewhere with the dead deer. Alright, so the bear, with wolves, by the way, with wolves, you from a distance you hunt them the same as you do with deer. But if they are close, you want to aim at the wolf, and when they get very close to you, you shoot them. You want to actually aim slightly below the head, like maybe like at their snout, or maybe like the bottom of their jaw, because they're going to be so close that the arrow goes up. Alright, so bears are different. There are two ways, or there's many ways to do it. You need to have a vantage point, and you need to have an escape route. Let's drop this. Let's head up here and crouch. Alright. So, if I just get a bit closer, if I shoot this bear now, right, what's going to happen if he doesn't die? That could be an issue, right? That could be a problem. Because if that happens, he will charge me, And then where do I go? It would be difficult to do. But something that's better would be something like this vantage point, because then if I shoot and he doesn't die, I can jump down to break his pathing. Okay. So what I want to do now is I want to get somewhere like probably up here, and I want to shoot him. And if I can, I want to shoot him in the head, because that increases the chance that he will die immediately. The alternative is you can make a fire. So here I'm in cover, I can make a fire and then shoot him, and then when he goes for me, he will stop at the fire. I believe he'll only stop for one shot, so he'll charge, he'll stop, and then you can shoot him, and then he charges again. So you have to use the opportunities you have. That doesn't work with moose, by the way. Moose don't care about your fire. Right, so I'm following him, I'm crouching so he can't see me, and I want to get somewhere high. As long as I hit him once with an arrow, he will die, even if he manages to maul me. Please stop to have a little sniff something. So I just need to hit him once. So if I hit him once and he flees, that's technically good enough. If he charges you though, then you need to have an escape plan. Okay, alright. I want to head up here. Okay, now he can't see me, so I can walk, although he will detect me at some point. Right. So he's right below me now. So now, if I shoot him... Let's see, where is he now? I think he's going around because he's close. Let's see, I can go here and jump down. Okay. Okay, didn't care about that. Let's stand up. Make some noise, get him to turn around. And then if he comes up here, I can then jump down here. And then we should be a little bit safer. Come on, bear. Alright. Get here, here's good. He's struggling a little bit with the pathing because of the terrain. I want to get the opportunity to shoot him in the face, basically. He's struggling a bit with this terrain. Okay, I don't know if that... Okay, he's actually coming for me here. Okay. So there he went for me. I hit him. Arrow broke. And he's bleeding out because of this. And you see what I did there? He got close enough. He was acting a bit weird there because of the terrain. That was a bit weird, but the principle was the same as normal. He's gonna run now and bleed out, so we just have to find him when possible, or I can just track him. I'm getting cold here, but it's not the end of the world. If he comes back, you can shoot him if you have an opportunity to shoot him, but if you do, and you hit him, he will turn around and he will charge you. And that's not good. So you gotta be careful with that, you gotta know what you're doing. And notice something I did there. You see when he was about to charge me, he went into his little Yogi Bear, Baloo stance, whatever, where he went up on its back legs and started roaring. But the thing is, if you shoot him then, you're gonna hit a body shot. So what I did is I aimed at him and I waited for the animation to end, and then I fired, and what happened is I hit him in the head. And that means I could have killed the bear in one hit, even if it was level 1 archery, because it's a critical hit in the head. In this case, so I did hit him in the head, but he didn't die. But he's bleeding out, so he's gonna go around somewhere, and all I gotta do is find him. So right now it's getting late, but that's okay. Unless a blizzard hits or something, I just need to find them. And you can see there's blood in the snow. It's disappearing though, but you can find it again. I can't remember exactly where he went. Now I think he went to the right. But you just gotta walk around. Wait for it to be a clear day. A day that has crows. and then you go outside and then you look for the bear. He ran this way, so go out and look in this whole area. He's gonna be there unless a blizzard hits and wipes him away. He's going to be there for 3 days, so you have quite a lot of time to find him. Let me just quickly see if I can find a wolf before we call this. No wolf. Like, where are the wolves when you need them, right? Nowhere to be found. There's usually a couple wolves down here.
I'm starving.
Doesn't seem to be any wolves out today. That is disappointing. Okay, I'll show, if you want to know how to deal with that, it'll be in another video. You can check out my Interloper Made Easy video as an example. But with wolves, it's not that difficult. What you can do is, you can have the torch, and it works just like with the stone. You just aim at the wolf, he'll start running towards you. He will get scared, but you just shoot him in the face before that happens, and you'll kill him. If you're brave enough, you can do it without the torch and just wait until the wolf gets close enough, and then you shoot him in the face. Because it's so close, the bullet drop isn't in effect, so you need to aim actually slightly under the wolf's head, or like get the jaw off the head or something like that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Alright. Dear fellow survivors, I think that is it for this walkthrough. So that is how you could do it in Forlorn Muskeg. It's actually a great spawn, as you can see. There isn't that much really to do in Forlorn Muskeg itself. You do have the guaranteed matches that spawn, which is great. And as you can see, I actually used only 8 of them. And I had maglans too, so it's not that bad. So you have that, you have a couple beds, like the cave to Bleak Inlet, Larry's cave. Remember, don't hurt Larry. You can find a bed there and some coal. There's lots of mushrooms around, lots and lots and lots of cattails, so you're set for food. And of course it's the forge, and you can find a hacksaw as well. And if you don't find a hacksaw, just come to Mystery Lake and check out all the high-end loot locations. Check out Camp Office Trappers, Lookout Tower, Hunter's Blinds, and the Dam. And between those, you'll probably find hacksaw and the hammer. And then you can go back to Forlorn Muskeg and start crafting. Ideally, you want to cut down some of these saplings and stuff first before you do that, so they can sit here and cure while you do all that stuff. And same, maybe try and get some rabbits or something, so that can also cure while you're out. Especially trying to get at least, at minimum, before you start foraging, you should get 2 guts. So get 2 rabbits or some deer carcasses or something. Get 2 of them and 1 maple and 1 birch. So at minimum, before you start foraging, it's smart to have 1 birch, 1 maple and 2 guts or more, because then when you come back, you can make the bow and you can make 3 arrows. And then at least you can do something, right? You can do something. And then you just make the bow and tools and you start hunting. And as you can see in this case, we have survived just 8 days, and I already killed 2 deer, or was it 3 deer? I forgot. Has the bear died? No. Okay, well that's alright. Has the deer died? Yeah, so I killed 3 deers, and then the bear is bleeding out somewhere out there. If this was a proper run and I would continue, I would either now go out and track the bear, or I would sleep until the next day and then I go out and look for the bear. He'll be somewhere more or less random. There's no pattern to it. You just gotta find the bear. If it's a day that has crows, it makes it easier. You can just listen to the crows. But yeah, so as you can see, Forlorn Muskeg is a pretty good spawn. You just get the matches, you get the tools, you go to Mystery Lake, loot Mystery Lake. Once you have that, go back to Forlorn Muskeg, forge, and that's all you need. You just need those 2 regions. That's it. Much lower than other regions, but great stuff. And in a longer run from this point onwards, I would go back out, find the bear, hunt some more deer, hunt some more stuff, craft some of the animal stuff, like I would craft the deer pants and stuff like that, rabbit mittens, all that stuff, and then I would probably head to Ash Canyon and Tim Wolf Mountain afterwards. That's probably what I would do. So that's the Forlorn Muskeg spawn. Yeah, I hope that was useful. I know that I spawned, of course, on a clear day. If you spawn and it's folk or something, just try and find the railroad tracks. They'll be right in the middle of the map and they go through the entire map. So just try and find the map. And if you the tracks. And if you don't find them, hug a wall until you find a cave or something. So yeah, that's it for Forlorn Muskeg. I hope that was useful. I hope you learned something from it and you can see how powerful it is. So with that said, thank you very much, survivors, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.